Colin.
Coughlin, yeah. But this. Is it Ewan?
Ewan, yes. Ewan.
Yeah. Ewan Coughlin. Okay. I'll go with that.
It's an Irish version.
Yeah. Good morning and welcome to Tunis for day 2 of the Tunis Grand-Prix. We're in the nation's capital, Tunis, the largest city of Tunisia. Situated on the Mediterranean Sea Gulf, the city of Tunis extends along the coastal plain and the hills that surround it. At its core lies its amazing ancient Medina, a World Heritage Site, and I'm delighted to be sitting alongside former world champion Loretta Cusack-Dual. A very good morning to you, Loretta.
Good morning, Sheldon, and delighted to be back on the second day of this tournament.
Now, what we're going to do is to take a look at the top 4 seeds in each of the 4 weight categories that we've got to bring to you today. 63 and 70 for women, 73 and 81 for men. So let's start with the women and take a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 63 kilo category. The number 1 seed, Tina Trsteniak of Slovenia. The number 2 seed, Magdalena Kasakova of Austria. The number 3 seed is Amy Livesey of Great Britain. And the number 4 seed is her teammate, Lucy Renshaw of Great Britain. Who should we be looking at from that group?
Well, what a lineup already, and you just mentioned the 4 seeds. Amazing athletes out there. Obviously, you've got the Slovenian Tina with the number 1 seed, Olympic champion, world silver medalist, and last year won the Grand Slam in Paris. Now, yes, she is the favourite, but Kusavako, for me, is from Austria, is most probably one of the strongest, I feel, in that field. On form. So for myself, I think she's a top favourite, but also you can't rule out the British girls, which I'm delighted to say. There's a lot of battling going on in Great Britain in this weight category. Lucy Renshaw was plagued with a couple of injuries, but has come back really strong, taking a silver medal in Abu Dhabi last year and a bronze medal in Zagreb, and also is a junior world bronze medalist. So you can't write her off either. So it'll be interesting to see how that one pans out.
That's the under 63 kilo category. Magdalena Kasakova reminds me a little bit of Nora Zhakova.
Yes.
She's physically perfect for that weight category. She's got a really nice skill set, nice judo, nice upright judo, and she's just on the cusp of, seriously dangerous and just good.
Yeah. She's got, and when you actually look at that lineup, there's a few that we haven't even mentioned there. Dobra, the Romania junior world silver medalist back in 2015, and the European junior champion as well. So she's somebody that's nipping away at the heels of these athletes and could be a real contender. And she's just in the. Well, that will be, if she wins her first match, that could be her first round for the Austrian.
Catherine Beauchemin-Pinard, the Canadian, she's in there as well, the top of the draw.
Again, when you look, there's so many there, isn't there? Leski of Slovenia as well, and Kabak from Turkey. For me, they're really strong, they're great fighters. So there's a bit of a mix there. Whoever gets through to those medals have really worked hard to get there. That's all I can say.
2 Dutch fighters in there, Gekke van den Berg, a youngster, and Sanne Vermeer as well. And they're in completely opposite ends of the draw. 2 good young Dutch fighters. Okay, and speaking of Dutch fighters, we're going to take a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 70 kilo category in the first of these seeds. The number 1 seed there is Kim Polling of the Netherlands. The number 2 seed is Asma Niang of Morocco. The number 3 seed is Michaela Polaris of Austria. And the number 4 seed is Gemma Howell of Great Britain.
Polias, for me, is someone that I think she's a great athlete once more. In Zagreb, got bronze medal in Junior World Championships last year, also bronze. And she's cadet European champion, silver medalist. So for me, she's someone that's every time we see her just seems to get stronger and stronger. And for me, she's one to watch. You've also got in that mix, you've got Gemma Howe from Great Britain as well, who moved up from 63s. Last year in Cancun, took a bronze medal in the Grand Prix, and Antalya Grand Prix, a bronze medal, and also in Tbilisi, a silver medal. So this is someone that's just moved up, is now starting to make a mark on the under-70s, and one to watch, I think.
Two Belgian fighters in there as well, Lola Mansour and Roxanne Taymans, again in different halves of the draw. And I've just seen young Emily Suk of Denmark. We don't get a lot of players from Denmark.
And she had a great performance last year. She was really on form, so it'd be interesting. And also you've got Jemima Yates-Brown as well.
Come back from injury.
Just come back from injury and has come out really strong in her opening in Abu Dhabi, got a bronze medal as well. So there's a lot to look at here, and it'll be very interesting to see how this all pans out.
Aoife Coughlin of Australia is in the under 70 kilo category. We're going to talk about Coughlin because that must be her brother.
Yes, that's what I was looking at the list, and I thought, I wonder if it was a relative. It's got to be, isn't it?
Right, under 73 kilo category for men, the number 1 seed Jansei Smagolov of Kazakhstan. The number 2 seed is Alexander Turner of the United States of America. Sam van der Vester of the Netherlands is the number 3 seed, and the number 4 seed is Mohammed Mohammadi of Iran.
Well, do you know what? I picked Mohammadi. I thought he was very impressive last year. Hoyhot, he in the Grand Prix, he took a bronze medal. He's been Asian champion 3 years on the row, and so I think he can cause a few upsets. So for me, it's a one to watch. Brakova of Kosovo, junior European champion back in 2016, down in Pool D. Again, another athlete to watch. So again, there's a big mix there, and we'll just have to see how it all works.
Well, his sister had a good time of it yesterday. Maybe some of that will have been rubbed off on him, and he'll have some success today.
Also, even the Dutch athletes as well. Ante Estin, Sam. He's a good lad, and he has some great performances.
Benjamin Axus of France is up in Pool A. I think he's a useful fighter as well. So yeah, we've got a bit to look at there. Right, the under 81 kilo category. The number 1 seed, Sahid Molai of Iran. The number 2 seed is Eduardo Santos of Brazil. The number 3 seed, we spoke about Ewan Coughlin. We spoke about his sister Aoife. I think it's his sister. Anyway, we'll go with that. He's the number 3 seed, and the number 4 seed is Dominik Druzeta of Croatia. And a big hello to everyone from Croatia who may be watching. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Loretta, who are we looking at here?
Well, I think still the one that stands out is Malai. Very strong athlete and had a great year last year. So for me, I think he's still one to watch, and is most probably, out of everything that's happened yesterday, the number 1 seeds didn't do very well. I think today Molai might sort of break that sort of mould and come through, especially and get to the final. But there's one to watch, Kohara of Japan, down at the bottom. For me,
Kohara, Kenya.
Absolutely. In Baku in Grand Slam, he took a bronze medal.
Good
so
pick.
I think there's someone to watch there in the bottom end. So I think the possible final, Molai and Kohara.
Could be.
It's my pick.
One fly in the ointment down there, maybe Ivan Vorobev, the Russian, down in that half. Sami Chuchi is also useful, the Belgian. That is the pool of death. That pool D down at the bottom.
It's a horrible pool, I do know, but with the Japanese and their performances yesterday, I thought as a team they performed very well.
Yeah.
They're a strong team coming out. They'll be building on that confidence and success. I'm a great believer sometimes in a team. Success breeds success, and I think he could come through.
Second
be
Russian,
challenged.
second Russian down in the bottom half of the draw, Stanislav Semenov. You've got Yamamoto Yuji, another Japanese in
Yes.
Pool B. Owen Livesey, also in Pool B. And that, for me,
That's
that's
another horrible pool.
That's a
But then
tough
you
one.
got Will Yamamoto, junior world silver medalist back in 2014. So he's no shy boy for being into the finals and at a very top level. So again, it'll be interesting.
Let's go to mat number 2. We're going to see the opening contest in the under 63 kilo category. Catherine Beauchemin-Pinard of Canada faces Sofia Bellatar of Morocco. It's Beauchemin-Pinard in the white judogi, Bellatar in blue. We almost got morning coffee served there.
Oh, we just missed out on the tea lady, but I'm sure she'll come back. She'll not forget us.
Nearly crashed our party there.
Well, they always say you want that 2 minute of fame. Well, she almost
You
had
nearly
it.
had it, huh? Can't remember who it was that sent us a message yesterday saying they like our green screen studio. We try our best, don't we?
Definitely.
Try our best.
We aim to please, that's what we say.
Now, Loretta mentioned Stefania Dobra of Romania. She's up on mat number 1 if you want to watch that. You just click on that and you'll be able to get that action. She's up against Yasmine Olaville of France. Went yesterday with a cameraman. He went to sleep a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, he was a little bit off form, wasn't he?
On
He wasn't
one.
following, on mat number 1.
He must have moved to mat number 2 today. I think we've got him on mat number 2.
Yes.
Oh well.
It feels like we're further away from our screen than we actually are to the mat. We get a better view from directly looking at the mat. It used to be clearer.
They've gone down there to sort that out. I saw this group of, not technicians, but our TV staff going down there to see if they can sort it out. I don't know what the problem is. That is the picture that we've got at the moment for you, but I'm sure that it will improve. Don't worry, they're trying to work that out at the moment. Bellatar picks up a Shido, and we've got a little over 2 minutes left to go. Beauchemin-Pinard moved up from 57 to 63, decided she'd had enough of cutting weight. Fancied her chances at 63, and the Canadians have got the same problem that the British have got, and they're spoilt for choice. Nice turn here.
But as a coach and as a country, it's what a problem to have. I'm quite sure a lot of countries out there be going, I wish I had that problem, is having that depth. Because when they're battling away on home turf, it just means those the ones that come through are going to be very strong and real contenders for medals. And this is what we have in Great Britain. We've got quite a few 63s and 17s, that middle group, and they're all battling away for the possibility of getting to that Olympic Games.
Well, Beauchemin-Pinard eventually able to secure the Kesugatami.
She looked very tired out there.
Looks unwell.
She does. Yeah, she doesn't look good. She's not sharp. But you can put that to most probably first match. See how it all goes, and the nervous energy that sort of comes in with these tournaments, the expectations, and they get the first contest out of the way, and then they start firing. So hopefully that is the case. But it wasn't the brightest performances from her. But
when she got to her feet, she took a long time to get to her feet, but not. She didn't give me any indication as that it was due to an injury. It was just almost like a cross between catching a breath and thinking, I don't want to, throw up here.
Yeah.
She didn't look well. She looked unwell.
Well, Bellatar, she's actually quite a feisty little fighter, isn't she? She's strong. And she most probably challenged her a little bit, maybe sort of woke her up a little, give her a bit of a fright out there. And when you get nervous and you start to panic a little bit, then that energy is burned up very, very quickly.
Right, coming on to the mat, Janka Pasqualino of Brazil faces Yana Polyakova of Russia. It's Pasqualino in the white judogi, Polyakova in blue. I didn't see a coach out there with Bushra Pinar either.
Oh, Pasqualino there with the first drop, straight in off the grip. Didn't enter as well as she would have hoped for.
Yeah, the Russians searching for someone at 63 kilos. That's a weight that they had hoped to have had some success with, but it hasn't quite worked out for them.
Oh, Polikova there, as you see, with that left hand high onto the collar, drawing her opponent across towards her. Brazilian dropping once more underneath, but finding herself in a little bit of a tricky situation there. She's got to be careful leaving herself open in the ground. The Russians are very strong in their niwaza and look for every opportunity to get down there.
Polyakova is the number 7 in Russia. She's the number 7.
Depth, isn't it?
Yeah.
She was there. She follows now into the niwaza again, once more looking for an opportunity down there. Pasqualino defending quite nicely.
In the last cycle, the Russians had liked Ekaterina Valkova for that spot. So did I. Expected her to do something in Rio. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for her. Now they're having a look at either Daria Davidova or Diana Shigaros, maybe Polyakova. But, you know, time's beginning to run out. You're going to have to start concentrating on your 1, 2, maybe 3. And from, you know, that small number, you're going to say, that's the one that we're looking to send.
And Polyakova, how old is she at this moment?
Just have a quick look. She is 22.
So she's just
young,
out to the juniors.
Yeah.
Well, Pasqualino has picked up the first Shido. Hasn't made much of a difference of her advancing into this contest and trying to take a little bit more control, and she attempts the Oso Tagari, nice and deep, drops right underneath her opponent. Well, a minute and a half remaining in this contest, and neither one of them really taking full control of this contest. It's literally 1 for 1, but there was a nice throwing of that left hand over there from the Brazilian. Connected but didn't secure it. Needs to really clamp down on that grip. Well, both these athletes look to be blowing a little bit there, sort of quite heavy breathing going on. Pasqualino, as you can see, trying to throw that left hand high up into the collar. She's got it now right over the back, draws her opponent down, comes across, now looking to work the feet, getting a reaction from her opponent, steps across but leaving all the weight on her supporting leg. And the Russian just touching that supporting leg and breaking the balance. So 2 Shidos now on the board, 1 apiece with just a half a minute remaining in this contest before we go into golden score. Pasqualino once more with the drop Cianagi. Poliakova looking for the shimiwaza, but it's on the chin there. But gets the rotation.
Well, the only reason that the referee would have called mate is that
it was straight across the face.
Right across the face,
time.
yeah. And she's still smarting. You see, she's biting her lip. Maybe there's a little bit of blood there, and she just still touching it again. So it must have been got a bit of a roughing up there, the Brazilian.
Well, Pasqualino, if she takes full advantage of her height, she's quite a strong, when you look at the body shape of her, she's very solid, she's very strong looking, very powerful. It doesn't seem to reflect in her movements. She's coming across with that Makakomi. You would expect someone of that shape and size would be using those powerful movements. The arm, she has got that left hand over the top, and now finds herself once more in the Osakomi.
Uncomfortable across the mouth, and she's almost indicating, well, what can I do? I had to roll because it was across the mouth. The attempted shimiwaza was across the mouth. I rolled to get away from it, but I rolled into the Osakomi.
She was very naive, really, right from the beginning, the Brazilian in a Niwaza.
Yeah.
She put herself in some very difficult situations, things that could have been avoided, and she placed herself there. So she's got to take a little bit of responsibility of that, and most probably look into avoiding those situations, especially against athletes like the Russians that are just this. It's second nature to them. They love the Niwaza.
Poliakova into the next round. Let's have a look and see who's coming up next. Ines Prévost of France faces Isabelle Pouchet of Spain. There's the turnover that we're talking about. May get to see where that hand goes.
Yeah, it's right across the face. No, you can see
the chin. It's on the chin. Still on the chin.
It's on the chin, you can see the teeth there, but...
yeah. I don't really see a great deal wrong with that.
There wasn't a lot wrong with it, and I think if she had more thought into trying to avoid it rather than showing the referee what to do and how to do his job, she might have been able to get out of that situation. She was too busy trying to warn the referee.
As our refereeing director, Bernd Achilles, pointed out at the seminar recently, it is a contact sport.
And rightly so.
From time to time, you're going to come into contact with people.
And now we have Prévost to France in white and Spain, Pouchet in the blue. Spaniard roughing her up, the French girl up a little bit there. Quite an aggressive approach to this contest. With 2.5 minutes remaining in the contest. Pouchet coming step right, lovely left hand high on the collar there, right over the back, very strong indeed. Really attacks across with that Taitoshi. Scoring a Wazari there and puts her in a very comfortable lead now with 2 minutes remaining in the contest. Once again, that left hand around the back, controlling quite nicely her opponent's movements. Once again, Blue really aggressive at approach in this contest. That left hand is causing Privot a lot of problems out there, feeling very uncomfortable. Doesn't seem to be able to come up with any solution to avoid that arm coming over the top, and once more you see it, the head goes down, she draws her opponent into the shoulder and then starts working on attacking the legs and breaking that balance. She's controlling very nicely here. She's trying to set it up. Privot coming in with the drop Seoinage, then starts coming on working on top, looking for any opportunity down there. And she's now got that, seems to have turned Pichet over. Privot this time is now with the right hand inside, blocking the left hand that came over. Not sure how well she's blocking it. As you can see, the elbow's getting tucked into her side, and once more finds herself on more of a receiving and defending side to this contest. Pichet with the one Wazari. Privot picking up a Shido. Once again, Privot trying to get engaged in this contest, comes over the top with the right hand, catches the collar, steps across, knocking her opponent down onto her knees to exert a little bit of pressure. But I think she's just left it a little bit too late to be into the having an opportunity there of a comeback, and sadly for Privot it's an early exit out of this tournament, and Pichet goes through to the second round of the under 63 kilos, where she'll be up against Lucy Renshaw of Great Britain a little bit later on. And there you have that throw, the Tayatoshi, from the real mistake of Privot trying to avoid any uncomfortable situation. He was attacks, falls to her knees for the drop, but then makes that error by trying to come back up, and on the way up gets caught quite nicely there for the Wazari.
That's a perfect illustration of this change in the new rules, yes, where one fighter could clearly claim to be in Newaza. There's nothing wrong with that.
No.
You know, you are, I'm not.
Exactly. And that's the rules. If you're in a standing position and you're attacking, the score counts.
Absolutely.
Regardless if your opponent is on their knee.
Yeah.
Now we have presenting Turkey, Kabak in the white.
And Bajawi, Meryem Bajawi of Tunisia. There's going to be a bit of noise in here, Loretta.
Oh, it's already started to warm up.
Umuhan Kabak is the Turkish fighter. The flags look pretty similar, don't they? You can get
very similar indeed.
Mistaken if you're not paying attention. Umuhan Kabak of Turkey in the white judogi. Meryem Bajawi of Tunisia in blue. I think I remember Bajawi from juniors. Just trying to remember where I saw her maybe in a junior African continental championship a few years ago when I went down there.
Well, she's very aggressive out there. The Kosota, she scores the Wazari. She's really an aggressive athlete there, really taking full advantage of this contest, controlling it right from the beginning, and now finds herself in a very comfortable position with a lead of a Wazari and 2.5 minutes remaining in the contest. So, but needs to maintain the pressure on her opponent. That with the drop, Cianagi just didn't get in deep enough there. I really feel that she dropped under a lot of pressure from her opponent. Well, Bajawi there starts to look a little bit standoffish, and she needs to still continue engaging in this contest. Might be a Wazari up, but penalties come very fast if you start defending. And her strength is as a very aggressive approach to this contest that we'd seen in the first couple of minutes. Joey there, as you can see with that cross grip, comes in, drops under her opponent once more, putting a very strong attack in and follows through into the Niwaza, looking for an opportunity down into ground. Doesn't seem to be much on offer there, but eaten away at the time quite nicely with 1 minute and 21 seconds remaining. Cianagi attempt once more for Kavak. Real desperate attempts here, but really doesn't seem to have much of an impact. Now finds herself some really tricky water there as she's getting manoeuvred around in the Niwaza. Bijawi looking for an opportunity to end this contest with just under a minute remaining. Jowie then once more touching the feet, dropping her opponent down into the Niwaza. Once more coming under the stomach there, trying to get the rotation.
Got to be a little bit more clever when an opportunity like that comes to burn time off the clock.
Exactly.
To look a bit more active and just not stick an arm in, take a breather and take 5 seconds off the clock.
Yeah,
There's time to take 15 or 20 seconds off the clock. You know,
well, 16 seconds could be eaten up with some positive Niwaza.
Yeah.
And she's looking a little bit confused of where she's going, what she's doing, and looking at the clock. And the referee are not daft. They just say, right, if you're not concentrating on what you're doing in the ground, let's get up. Oh, well, that
almost
was
ran
almost
onto
a
it.
very silly error there from Bijawi as she came on. Well, it was a feisty little match there, and Bijawi started off very well, but lost a little bit of focus halfway through that match.
I remember where I saw her now. She was 7th at the Junior World Championships in Fort Lauderdale, and lost out. No, not Fort Lauderdale, Abu Dhabi. At the Junior World Championships in Abu Dhabi, she lost out to Ljubljana Pirovasana. That's who beat her in the repechage. She'd lost in the quarter-final to Lucy Renshaw, and then she went on to lose to Ljubljana Pirovasana in the repechage contest. So she's not that enamoured with British fighters, but she did a good little run of it, a 7th place. The sad thing for her was that at a previous World Championships, that must have been Cadet World Championships in Fort Lauderdale, 2014. She lost out to Katie Jemima Yates-Brown. So I don't think she looks forward to seeing that British flag there. Right, on the mat now, Eric Ham of Great Britain faces Georgy Shmakov of Russia. It's Ham in the white judogi, Shmakov in blue.
Just as we were talking about British flags.
Yeah, there he is. It's like buses. You wait for a long time and then you get two come along at once. Step off that.
Well, Eric Ham of Great Britain, Junior European Cup in Cumbria back in 2015, took a gold medal there. The young and up-and-coming athletes of Great Britain starting to hit the senior circuit. Lovely drop Sianagi there as he works away, looking for an opportunity in the Niwaza. So trying to dig in there into the shimmy waza, but doesn't seem to be much of an opportunity for him. Shumakov, a little bit smaller than his opponent, quite a stocky wee lad there. Attempts for a Koichigari, overstretching himself, didn't really get much drive off that back leg. Those little legs need to get closer to his opponent if he wants to have any impact on those Koichis and Ochigaris. Good attack there. Following through into the Niwaza, looking for an opportunity. Well, Eric Ham has picked up a Shido. Looking slightly frustrated out there at this moment. Body language is giving out the sort of telltale signs here. Really needs to start staying a little bit more focused. Doesn't want to be distracted by frustrations that's obviously coming across. There's the Koichigari, lovely attack this time. Nicely stepped in, sidestepped him and just clipped the back of the heel with that Koichi. Again, another Koichi there, sweeping it through to the Sori. Nice combination again, but the Koichi in both left and right. Nice combination there. Eric Ham capitalises down into the knees with the Sangaku turnover. Now it's starting to work. Needs to tie up the upper part of the body first before trying to engage in the leg. And loses the control down there and finds himself back to square one. A lost opportunity there for Ham. Ham in general, a very upright athlete, normally needs to seem to stoop a little bit towards his opponent. The height difference. Possibly a little bit very weary of throwing that arm over the top. Fear of catching of the heels. As we've seen, he's been very clever, the Russian, with his feet. Stumbling Ham a couple of times in previous minutes. Ham there now with the Niwaza. Looks like he's got the shimmy waza in the position, but possibly onto the chin now. Referee calls mate. Stepping across for that Osotogari, now following it through, looking for the Juji. Again, turns away, back into facing his opponent. And punishing him down in the Niwaza, but needs to be a little bit more aggressive down in the ground to have much of an impact. Shmakov, little powerhouse out there. It's a solid athlete, not too easy to move. Good low center of balance there. And Ham, a little bit more of a leggy fighter, steps across with the Osotogari. Again, looking a little bit frustrated. Shmakov first up on his feet. Second Shido goes to Ham. Now he's under a bit more pressure than I would have thought he'd hoped for. Now with 1 minute and 44 seconds into golden score. Kochigari again, we saw it once. That's 3 times we've seen it to the left and the right. Very, very clever with his feet. And stumbling Ham onto the rear, but not deep enough to get the score from it. But it's been a real threat against this young man from Great Britain. Shumakov there. Both athletes have been asked to tidy up their gis. Well, doesn't look very promising there for Ham.
He's got one of those low gunslinger type belt tie-ups.
And the third and final Shido goes to Ham, and Hansokumaki awarded. Taking the win to Shmakov, who goes through to the next round of the 73 kilos.
There's some working out for Eric to do, because he's got nice judo. You know, he's got a reasonable shape. He's quite young, but there's a little bit of working out to do there, because 1 Shido, okay, 2 Shidos, be careful. The third one, something's wrong.
I think what was the losing factor for him in there was that his body language was saying that he was getting very frustrated. That frustration was starting to build up, and the think process through all that. When you're frustrated, you're not thinking correctly. And I think he could have done a lot more, taking full advantage of his height, making his opponent look very passive, and he didn't. He just was getting frustrated because the shorter man was causing a few more. He just couldn't do his judo, so in a way the dummy got spat out.
He got frustrated out of it, yeah. Right, on the tatami now, Benjamin Axus of France faces Javier Ramirez of Spain. It's Axus in the white judogi, Ramirez in blue.
Well, Benjamin Axis there looking very strong and very tall indeed. He's a very tall lad for 73 kilos. In the Junior European Championships, took the gold medal back in 2014. And also in the European Open in Glasgow as a bronze medalist. Oh, that long left hand coming over the top, the left leg hooking in for the Ochi Uchimata. Well, he's definitely got the legs for it, there's no doubt about it. Access causing a few problems there, even though Ramirez is no shorty out there himself, but seems to be oversized by his opponent and very much shadowed by the Frenchman. Ramirez now opting to take those sleeves, especially that left one, which is causing the Frenchman a few problems. And that's the danger for the Spaniard, is that left hand of the Frenchman coming over the top in deep and with the leg hooking in for the Ochi Uchimata. A wonderful combination of techniques that are very effective, and we've seen quite a few times, especially yesterday, been very successful. Frenchman taking the right hand onto his opponent's left lapel, crossing over with the left hand coming over deep, and now stepping across for that Osoto, following through into the Niwaza. Trying to create now some space to maneuver into the Niwaza, but just taking that a little bit too long to react. Ramirez now picking up his second Shido, which puts him under a lot of pressure. With 1 minute remaining in this contest. Access, as you can see once more, with that left hand high on that collar. Ramirez battling away to keep the hands down, just feels very threatened with that left arm that comes over deep. Obviously senses if he connects with it, it's really going to be difficult to avoid being thrown. Oh, Ramirez taking that left sleeve again, comes in for the drop. Didn't come in deep enough, but again it was a good drop to keep the referee at bay, avoiding that third and final Shido, and that's what he's got to be very careful of. This is now looking to tie up that head, work his way with that leg coming out between the legs to secure the Osakomi, but once more the referee feels that enough time has been spent down there. So with seconds remaining, it looks like this match will go into golden score. Final attempt there from Access. Last-ditched effort to try and win within the contest time. Once more, the Frenchman throws that arm, not as aggressively as he has done in previous minutes. He's in there, he's connected, the hips are in, he hooks in with the Ochi Uchimata, combination of techniques, and then switches right round again for the Ouchigari, and scoring the Wazari. So Benjamin Access goes through to the next round, second round of the 73s. And there's the highlights of that very match. As you can see, the final score there, hooks in, perseveres with it, starts changing direction and switching it. The Ouchigari. Well, El Mazzati there of Morocco in the white. And Maliki of Tunisia in the blue. Tunisian with the head down a little bit now, looking a little bit overpowered by the Moroccan. Well, the Tunisian picking up the second Shido with 3 minutes remaining in this contest. Not a comfortable position to be in. A little bit extra pressure on the athlete as he attempts to drop Sianagi again, not getting so close to his opponent, falling short of breaking his opponent's balance. And El Mazzati, very strong left hand over the back that's controlling the Tunisian comfortably without having to do very much as far as a follow-up from that grip. Once more, El Mazzati controlling with that left hand over the top. Has dominated this contest right from the beginning. And I think it's looking very close that Tunisian will pick up his third and final Shido. And there you have it. Third and final Shido goes to the Tunisian. And the win goes to El Mazzati.
This was one of the athletes that we spoke about this morning, Mohamedi. He's up against Lincoln Neves of Brazil. I've seen the Brazilian a few times. Mohamedi comes from a wrestling background. And you know, Ojigari isn't a wrestling technique, so he's obviously got, you know, some judo. It's a neat little piece of work there. He picks up Rosaria's. Neves goes to ground. So that's the lead for Mohamedi, with half the contest still to come.
Well, Mohamedi there with one Wazari already on the board. 1 minute and 46 seconds remaining in this contest. Very strong right hand grip that comes over the top. Stumbling his opponent down into the Niwaza. He tries to continue and capitalize down in the ground and underneath his opponent's belt line. Looking for the rotation. Neves there coming for the Kochigari. A lovely attack, scoring a Wazari. And that evens this match up nicely. Well, they decided to take the Wazari off. Which is quite sad because it was a nice entry there, but obviously after looking back on it, just the landing just wasn't perfect enough to award the Wazari. Nevertheless, an excellent attempt. Oh, lovely change of direction there.
That one's not going to come off.
Definitely. So step off to avoid the first attack. Nice countered. And now finds himself in a better position. With 18 seconds remaining in the contest, this has evened it all up.
Well, it's not where either of them want to be. Mohamedi fancied his chances of ending things about 40 seconds ago.
And he started off very well.
Yeah.
Very strong indeed. And Neves has come out very strong in the second half of that contest, pulling it back, and now looks to be more of a stronger contender to move into the second round.
Yeah, he's in the ascendancy. He just got caught once with that Ouchi. Since then, he's been on the way back.
The danger for Neves is Mohamedi's right hand that comes high over into the top, tends to draw down Neves a little bit too low. He becomes very uncomfortable and he looks passive as well, which puts him under a lot of pressure to attack off that situation. Just needs to stay focused and continue to do what he's doing now in the past couple of minutes, which seems to be quite effective. Working with his ashiwazas. There's the Kosota, and an attempt there for Mohammadi, but he was well, they've said it was Ariaseti upon, but it looked from this angle that it was a direct attack from Mohammadi, but possibly under a lot of threat rather than just, as we can see.
I don't see anything from Neves to bring him down. There's the Kochi, does that? A Kosota Gaki a little bit.
Sasai, we can see there, it was attempting the Ashiwaza, lost his control.
Yeah.
The upper body control from Nevis was there, as you could
still
see.
There, yeah.
The right hand was over the shoulder controlling, so when Mohammadi did attack, he lost balance.
Right,
and
so they've taken that away now. The score. The thing that remained, as Loretta was just pointing out, was the upper body control.
Yes, that was all that was there.
The only thing that would have removed that Wazari was, as Neil Adams had come up and said earlier on, was a break in that Ashiwaza.
Yes.
So there was the attempted Ashiwaza where both parts were working, feet and upper body. Nevis steps off the Ashiwaza. Mohammadi steps off the Ashiwaza, catches himself, and now he tries for a Sutemiwaza, which doesn't come off at all. There is nothing in there. He's falling backwards. The top half is the pressure that's putting him down, but now Nevis can no longer claim control of the technique because the foot action that had him stumbling in the first place is lost. He's still got contact with the top half, but they just don't think that there's enough.
That's it. It was just a loss of balance for both athletes.
Yeah.
That's all it was down
and
to.
then they wiped that out. To inspect every action, break it down and have a look and see what was happening.
When it happens so quickly, it's very difficult, and that's where this video replay comes in so handy. It makes the decisions much clearer and a lot more fairer.
Can't really fault the referee there because that is a counter.
Now that's definitely a counter. Wonderful upper body control, directed and planted his opponent on his back.
The question that we ask ourselves is, what put Nevis on his back? Now, if he's attempting some kind of Sutemiwaza or whatever, then you don't give the score against him. That isn't the case here. This is quite clearly where he's gone for the Koji Gari. Mohammadi has stepped off it, and he's been able to turn him to his left. Completely. It's all Tewaza here. There's no feet involved here. Just Tewaza.
Beautiful.
Here's the little stab with the right leg that Nevis comes up with here. Misses and gets turned. And that's all over. A good effort from Lincoln Nevis of Brazil, but beautifully turned by Mohammadi of Iran in the end.
Mohammadi, he started off very well and he looked very positive indeed. And then that was in with the 2 minutes. Then the second 2 minutes, then Nevis was he changed it about. But Mohammadi in the golden score, well, that says it all really, what he was up to.
Martin Hojak of Slovenia is up on map number 2 against Naim Mat of Switzerland. It's Hojak in the white judogi, Mat in blue. It's round 1 of the under 73 kilo category. I'm going to have to borrow Loretta's extra pen and start filling out my own contest sheets. It really helps. It helps with the names and it helps to remind you of what's going on. It's completely different from if you just look up something on the screen. That kind of disappears. You forget that. But when you have to write it down longhand, I think that helps. Or perhaps I'm just living in the Stone Age.
There's nothing
It'd help
wrong
even
with
more if you were chiseling it
Chiseling
out
out in stone.
in stone. We're going to come up here with tablets, and I don't mean these stone tablets, and chisel them out. That will keep it fresh in your memory.
Well, Hojak seems to be battling away here. He's under a bit of pressure with the grips to secure a grip, but he comes in with the first attack each time. Matt looking quite comfortable at the moment out there. Left hand comes over, trapping his opponent's right hand, hooks in with the Ouchigari. Oh, lovely attempt. That's got to be Ippon. Looked like he was flat on his back. No score as yet for Matt, but not sure what happened there as far as, unless it was a mate situation.
Yeah, having a look at it.
But it looked like Ippon from here, but it's obviously something. Let's have a look at it. The Ouchigari. Oh, he was trying to do Sumigeshi at the same time. But their first initial attack that kept going was from Matt.
Right, so the rule here is that he cannot use the tatami to execute his technique. So Matt is going to get that.
Yes, it's got to get the landing was a Matt, Ippon.
Yeah, Ippon Matt, Ouchigari.
There's no doubt about it. But you could see what was happening with White. He was trying to sort of come off that by doing the Sumigeshi.
Yeah.
No, but definitely White landed on his back first from the Ouchigari.
Now, it's perfectly possible to say that at a certain point, Hojak has decided, I'm going to execute Sumigeshi. So if we don't look at anything else except from this point, you could say, this is Sumigeshi. How did he get there? The only way that Hojak gets in the position to begin to execute this Sumigeshi is on the back of that big Ouchigari attack. Now, he's going over from Ouchigari. Right here, he's going over. And he says, well, I may as well attempt it. But when you say, I may as well, it's too late. That's what they've taken away. Because that would have scored for Hojak previously. But because it's over, it's Ippon. They've given it to him. We've got the next contest now. Yeah.
Well, we've just seen the replays.
It was the replay, yeah.
Didn't see the action of what happened at the end.
In the end, it was Ippon for the blue, like we were explaining.
Yes, so Matt goes through for Switzerland to the next round
now,
of the under-73s.
You can agree with that or not. That's up to you at home to decide whether you agree that it was Ouchigari Ippon or a score for the Sumigeshi. What we've got to do is to try to clarify with the fighters, and this is what they've asked us, the fighters and the coaches have said, let's get it straight so we know what the rule is. It's either the person executing the Sutemi Waza who's going to be given a score if we recognise that Sutemi Waza has now taken over, or the person who's initiated the first attack where the Sutemi Waza uses the landing to execute the Sutemi Waza, which one is going to be given? And they've said, if you use the tatami to execute your technique, you're going to be scored against. Now, in the event that you're able to turn your opponent whilst you're being attacked in the air and you don't land, that means you've got complete control. You're not using the tatami to assist you. You take over the technique, you turn him, and you don't land yourself, but your opponent lands first, you'll get the score. You can still do it, but what you can't do is to use the tatami to assist you in the execution of that technique. Moyeldin of Egypt has just scored. Wazari. Marcel Cercia of Romania already had Wazari on the board. I haven't seen when he picked that up. It was Moyeldin who had the Wazari on the board first, and then Marcel Cercia came back with the tying score there.
Oh, yes.
Not quite.
Now, Moyeldin, as you've seen him going over, that head came out. And he's got to be very careful there, because if he deliberately put it out to brace himself from going over, then he'll get done from the referee for that.
Yeah, Hansokamaki
for that, because it's such a dangerous move. Now, that was very close of did he actually do that himself. I suppose the referee's given him the benefit of the doubt on that, but it did look very uncomfortable.
They tend to give the fighters the benefit of the doubt where the sleeves are trapped.
Where they've got the sleeve down.
If both sleeves are wrapped up, then it's harder to avoid going over.
Sasia there is like really now piling on the pressure. With just under a minute remaining in this contest. Moyeldin looking for that sleeve. He's got it now, but it's all right having it, but needing to use it as well. I think Moyeldin picking up Shido both. Decided both deserving a Shido apiece. With just seconds remaining before we go into golden score with this contest.
I don't mind golden score. I find that there's a degree of tension in there, and almost like the sudden death kind of thing. And of course, it will be now. You've got both fighters having positive scores. They have, however, both picked up 2 penalties apiece. So an error from either of them, will
cost
put them
dearly,
out.
yeah.
There is an interesting possibility now, and if they were both to commit an error, they would both be given Hansokamaki.
Yes.
So that is also on the cards now.
I've never seen that
No,
before.
nor have I. That's a new thing for us. But it is a possibility now. If you're waiting in the next round, it's a great idea, isn't it?
Like rubbing your hands.
Both out.
Be sort of.
I hope we don't see it.
I must admit, the golden scores have been very interesting. Yesterday they were quite exciting, weren't they? I don't think there was there was a dull moment in a golden score.
And that extra long contest.
Oh yes,
with the Uzbek in the final. I thought that was terrific.
That just went on and on, but they battled away. Oh, an attempt of a Siotoshi there, a wonderful counter.
Well, they'll give the replay on that as well, which will just be interesting. I mean, I've got no doubt it's the Egyptian score. It just does
he comes in for the Siotoshi, turns his back, and that's the mistake he made by turning his back. He went for the Osota, switched it for the Siotoshi, and on that switch he left himself wide open, Matt. There you have it, the Osota,
there's the
then
attack.
The switch.
Well, they've cancelled this, and there's a reason for this. They're still fighting out there. Any attempted Sutemi-waza where you land first as a counter-attack doesn't count. Now, for me, he absolutely flattened him. For you too, there's no doubt about it.
But from the angle we saw.
but it comes after the big Osoto effort from...
And it was a combination. It was the Osoto Siyotoshi that he did, and that's where he left himself vulnerable, was the Siyotoshi.
It's a tricky one, but what they're trying to do is to remove any doubt whatsoever. And they've applied a rule. That rule needs to be applied each time it happens. And in a situation of Keishiwaza, Tori cannot use the tatami to affect the outcome of the throw.
Yes.
And quite clearly there, he did. He landed first, and then his opponent did.
Yes,
although he flattened him. He flattened him whilst using the tatami. That's the rule.
And if it was a direct attack,
that
it would have been upon.
Absolutely. Yeah, if he'd just gone in for Uranagi
and threw him like
done.
that, he would have scored the upon. The fact that he was actually a counter-attack from a very strong first and second attack from his opponent doesn't give it the score. Well, 2 Shidos apiece, 2 Wazaris apiece. This has become very exciting indeed, with 2 minutes and 22 into golden score. These men have been battling around there for nearly 6.5 minutes now, and this is where some of the errors will come in from, the conditioning of these guys. The Egyptian is looking a little bit tired there. The arms are dropping. He doesn't seem to have the power, even though he's got the sleeves, to be able to use them. It's okay, he's sort of being defensive and stopping your opponent from coming over the top, which the Egyptian is doing, but he's not actually using those grips to enhance his own performance.
It's a shame that one of these has got to go out, because this is round one. They've given absolutely everything. They've really been positive. I don't know how the 2 penalties apiece came about. Nevertheless, they're on the board. It doesn't matter now.
Yes.
What we have seen is some really positive attacking judo from both fighters, and some interesting situations that have developed as a result of the way they've been going at it. Yep, he's going to pick up a 3rd penalty. That's the pity. Okay, no arguments from his part. Probably tired enough to say, okay, I'm off.
I've had enough. Well, he's fortunate enough to say that he'd had possibly 2 matches out there. No,
I don't want to bang away too much at that particular point with regard to what happens in the situation of a counter, but it is worth keeping in mind that there are going to be occasions where the rule looks as though someone has not been favoured. For me, as long as there is a rule, then we can explain what's happened. There was a big ending, or it could have been an end, but he used tatami to support the execution of that technique, and in that case, there's no score. Right, Wajdi Haji of Tunisia faces Dimitru Kanivets of Ukraine. It's Haji in the white judogi, Kanivets in blue. We had the benefit of seeing an explanation from Daniel Laskow to the Egyptian coach there, saying it was so close, but that's the way it is sometimes. And the coach actually accepted it without any trouble at all. He'd been on the seminar. Round 1 in the under 73 kilo category. We've started round 1 in the under 81 kilo category on mat 1. If you want to have a look at that, we may very well go down there, because some really, really good fights coming up there shortly. I think we'll give Haji and Kanivets a little bit more time, and then we'll wander down there. That was a lovely koji there from Canivets. Just put the foot, right foot, behind his opponent's right and pushes him over in that corner, knocking him over for Wazari. Really nicely done. So that's the lead at the moment with a little over 2 minutes to go. And now Yoko Sutemi was up from Canivets. The referee in the middle signals a punch. She's from Senegal. Amy Kole Mbenge. It's a first run out at a Grand Prix. Miss Mbenge, and doing a reasonable job in the middle. Canivets through to round 2. Have a look at this Yoko Sutemi Waza here. Yeah, okay with that. We're going to stick on mat number 2 for the time being. Alex Renaud-Roy of Canada faces Demos Memenlum of Chad. It's Renaud-Roy in the white judogi, Memenlum in blue. All credit to the team from Chad. Can't be easy in such difficult economic circumstances to get to the point where you can get to a club, practice, get to a certain level, and then, you know, get sent overseas to compete. She's had to tap out there. Shimiwaza was on very, very quickly. What an experience for Demos Menemlum, coming out and at least being able to take part on the IGF Judo World Tour. Not the best finish for her, but sometimes experiences can do things for you in your wider life, not just your sporting life. Let's hope that's the case there. Right, on mat number 2 now, Asma Rebai of Tunisia faces Lola Mansour of Belgium. But we're going to go down to mat number 1. Let's take our first move of the day. Let's go down to mat number 1 and have a look at Sami Chouchi of Belgium. He faces Amen Khatab of Tunisia. It'll be Chouchi in the white judogi, Khatab in blue. We're going to stick on mat number 1 for a few contests. We've got quite a few good ones coming up, though. We're going to stick down on mat number 1. Khatab is quite tall for this weight category. The referee's seen something. Just wants to make sure that the Shido goes on the board. He's actually quite sharp, is Goshtini Balash, about the scoreboard. I noticed a few times that he is quite aware of whether the scores or the penalties that he's indicated have gone on the board. Does a good job. Left-sided Ojigari just hooked in there for a little bit, and Khattab managed to keep him out. See, Khattab doesn't want to get involved in the ground, but Chuti does, for obvious reasons now. Kazuri Yoko Shiogatami from the Belgian. And Khattab may have picked up a second penalty there for putting a hand inside, inside the trouser, the leg of the trouser. That went on the board as well. So Sami Chuti goes through to round 2. Right, coming up next, Ivan Vorobev of Russia faces Fetra Ratsimiziva of Madagascar. Vorobev in the white judogi, Ratsimiziva in blue. Problems here for Ratsimiziva. Yeah, shimmy was well applied there by Vorobev. Right, up next, Dida Hamza of Kazakhstan faces Kohara Kenya of Japan. It's Hamza in the white judogi, Kohara in blue. As it was talking about Kohara Kenya earlier on, just trying to see where it was that we saw him last. Grand Slam in Tokyo. We're January now, so February. It was last month then, a little over a month ago that we saw him at the Grand Slam in Tokyo. He lost in round 3 to Nyamserin Dagvasurin of Mongolia, and then before that he picked up a bronze medal at the Grand Slam in Baku. So he's been about a bit. Single Shido picked up by Kohara. That's a nice turn. Little Diashibare bringing Hamza down. And Kohara on the board with Wazari. A little over a minute and a half left to go. Hamza coming back on the right side and Kohara just going down to his knees to defend against that. Well, he just dropped there. That's got to be a drop. Doesn't matter about, he's got a bad toe. We'll put your hand up and say that before, but not after the event. And Kohara's going to pick up the second penalty here with a minute and a half left to go. Sorry, where's the Shido? Yeah, thanks very much. And he does pick up the second one. I haven't got anything against Kohara. Just, keep things straight. 2 penalties picked up by Kohara. And he can't afford another error now. He's got the controlling grip at the moment. He just throws something over on the left side there, but it's not really serious. Minute left to go. Hamza would be wise now to really try and pile on the pressure in the hope that somehow or other, if he can't throw him, he gets Kohara to commit an error.
Well, this was a pool that we said was going to be a very challenging pool right at the beginning, weren't we? And this is definitely what we're seeing right now. Still a long way to go and 2 Shidos apiece, but Kohara with that Wazari gives him the edge, but when you've got such a battle going on here, it is only a slight edge.
Well, whomsoever comes out of this one will be one of 3 in the next 4 in this round who are going to cause problems. You've got Sami Chuchi, Ivan Vorobev, and the winner of Hamza Kohara. That's a tough.
It's a very tough quarter. There's no doubt about it, and that's something you highlighted right at the beginning as well.
Two from the 4, because there's a 4th one in there. Ewan Coughlin. 2 from the 4 will go through to the quarterfinal and still have something to do in the competition. Once you get to the quarterfinal, you've got a chance if you're in the last 8. But 2 are also going to go out. Hamza may have been a little bit untidy here, and he may pick up the 3rd penalty. In his efforts to try and get something out of Kohara, he may have committed the error. He got a gripping infringement before, which gave him the 2nd penalty, and he's probably done something here as well. I'm not sure what it is, but the referee's eyeing him up in anticipation of giving out something. She's just getting an instruction from her team as to what it is. Yep, false attack. Yeah, just
and I think he knows it as well. Looking at his body language as he was doing his belt up, it looked like that was the last time he was going to do it.
Yeah, he got a little bit desperate. In a way, it's an odd thing to say. He was doing the right thing. He had to do something, but in his desperation to bring something about, he was untidy with that last attack, and he was guilty of a false attack, and he picked up his third penalty. Oh,
Here we have the winning score. And lovely attack.
So you could argue for the fact that there was a break, but only if you watch it in super slow motion. When you watch that in real time, it was down and over.
It was down and over. He just, the only slight break was the change of direction.
Yeah, exactly.
And that was still part of the movement, whether it was your opponent stopped, but the movement was still going is because the change of direction was there.
Right, we spoke about Magdalena Kasakova of Austria. Here she is. Maggie's on the mat now. In the white judogi, she's up against Stefania Dobra of Romania. Kasakova in the white judogi, Dobra in blue. And here's another, early matchup, round 2.
This is going to be a tough one. Yeah, definitely a challenging one.
Lose and you're on your way home here. Kasakova has come in here as the number 2 seed, and she's the number 2 in Austria. Because you've got Catherine Unterbertzacher in that weight category.
She's such a strong, it's really a delight to watch though. She's a great athlete to watch her perform.
I think every weight category has the ideal body type, physique, for that weight category, and she's in there. She falls into that category.
When you look at that stance, that right hand there in control, it goes in very, very deep. She doesn't get flustered at all. She knows exactly what her capabilities are. Dobra obviously felt a little bit threatened there with that grip. But look at the power in the legs as she draws. She just draws her opponent into her. Comes round the back.
Kasakova had a bye in the first round, put her into round 2. Dobra had to get past Yasmine Olaville of France.
Kasakova, they're picking up the first Shido. I don't think she'll be too phased by that though, to be honest. She's just taking her time to make sure that she secures the correct grip and just hits at the right time. She's not going to waste any extra energy on putting half-hearted attacks in that really aren't going to come to anything. She's a very clever fighter. She comes in very deep on that belt, comes round the back, attacks the supporting leg.
Almost got there. They'd already called mate.
Yeah, but the mate was there, but nice and deep with the Koichi gak there.
Yeah, Dobra had the opportunity for the Koichi gaki and Kasakova for the Kosoto gaki, but neither of them could commit in the direction they wanted because there was a risk this time, and that was the risk.
Well, she tried to take the counter there once more. She's done it too many times. And Dobra was waiting for it this time, which he hooked in with the Ouchigari, stumbled her down, and
just managed to turn onto her front. Now she's ducked underneath, so she's picked up a second penalty here, Loretta.
Yeah, she did very well to get out of that.
On the way down, I thought that was a score.
I thought it was, so she rescued it very well. Oh, yes, that's a nice attack there. Well, it worked this time.
Yeah.
But as you see, this time it worked straight off the grip. As soon as she came in, she attacked with it. leaving very little opportunity for Dobra to actually react.
See, it's not always the case that what was Yuko is going to be Wazari, because I thought that last takedown was pretty good.
Yes.
But they didn't give anything.
Yeah.
Sometimes the value of a Wazari is really worth Wazari, because I don't think that was worth Wazari. But I think it might be worth looking at for a Yuko. But there's no more Yuko.
That's correct.
Because what
yes.
was Yuko is Wazari, so why isn't that Wazari? Well, it isn't. And in a way, I'm okay with that. I'm okay. If the referee says that's a score, I think I'm not going to say anything. And if she says it's no score, I'm also not going to say anything.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that was close. She's looking for it again.
Oh
Yeah.
yes, and she gets it this time. That's
See, she's done the same thing. It's just putting her on her backside and then down. Now, are they going to have a look at this for a score?
She's not getting the leverage.
Yeah.
She's not getting the height on it, and she needs to get the height. It's like the actual direct route down, and she drops her weight too quickly. She sits down on it
exactly.
rather
She's
than
sitting
bridging
down
up
on it. Yeah,
She
got to be
just
careful
sits.
here. This time, that's going to be a score.
Yeah.
This time, it's a score. Third time lucky.
Just shows you how confident she is on her ability,
Yeah,
though.
I'm
Because
going back to that.
in sometimes that when she's come in, she's been very close to being scored against.
Yes.
But she's persevered with
Yeah.
it, hasn't she? Rather
Yeah.
than just saying, well, I'll not go there anymore because I almost got burnt the first time. She's kept working on it, and she's actually improved on it as she's gone through the minutes.
It's an excellent point. Loretta makes an excellent point here. This is someone who's learning as she's on the mat.
Yeah.
She's looking at the techniques and saying, I've got to correct this. I've got to get better at executing this. And she doesn't wait to get back to the dojo. She does it in the next next attack. We saw 2 attacks with that, and she failed. And whilst we were trying to work out where was she going wrong, what was she not getting right, she corrects it herself.
She was working it out herself. And the thing is, you've got to admire that confidence of her own ability. She really does believe in herself, and she knows she's capable of doing it, hence the reason she keeps going for it. She knows it's there. It's just a matter of time and getting it in the right position and the right leverage on it. And it works.
The other side of that coin is that Dobra couldn't work out how to get off that. She was in danger 2 or 3 times before, but she couldn't see that coming and couldn't get away from it. Maybe that was why Kosakova kept going back there thinking, well, it's opening. There's an opening there for me. I'm going to take it. Right, Stephanie Tremblay of Canada is up on mat number 1. She faces Noichi Aimi of Japan. It's Tremblay in the white judogi, Noichi in blue. So it's Tremblay and Beauchemin Pinard for Canada in this weight category, in exactly the same way that at under 57 kilos, the Canadians have also got
They've got some strong athletes coming
a bit
through,
to look
haven't
at.
they?
Yeah.
They really are some real contenders out there in Canada.
Well, there's Jessica Klimke at 57, and now they've had the addition, almost like parachuted in, of Krista Deguchi from Japan.
yes,
or Deguchi Krista, as we used to call her. Well, she's Krista Deguchi now because she's gone over to Canada, so she can revert to her name now. And that's the dilemma for them. They've got 4 really good fighters, only 2 of whom can go ahead because it's 1 per weight.
That's correct.
In the Olympic Games we're talking about. Of course, at World Championships it's slightly different. You know, they can put 2 fighters in 2 weights, so you get to send 9 if you're sending a full team. And I doubt whether they're going to send a plus 78 kilo category fighter, the Canadians. I'm not sure if they've got someone who's up at that kind of level. Under 78 kilos, I think maybe somebody is still floating around, and then as you get down to 70
They've got a few
and
good
63,
juniors, haven't they, coming through now? So I think it possibly, maybe not this games, but they'll be definitely building for the next.
78, Portuundo Assisi, she's a good young prospect. She's got a sister as well. So yeah,
The foundation is starting to become very solid, isn't it? At one stage, it looked a little bit rocky. It was just the up and down of the odd one or two coming through.
Yeah.
But they seem to have a good foundation that seems to be now growing through and coming now to light, especially when you're seeing on this circuit, there's one or two weight categories that are very strong.
I think 48, the lightest weight category, they've struggled for a bit. They haven't had anyone in there for quite some time. But that may change, as Loretta said. You know, there's some youngsters around.
Well, Tremblay now has got 2 Shidos on the board and a minute and 12 seconds remaining. Oh, lovely Osotogari. Oh, she planted her there. Hey.
Ouch.
Oh, it was an ouch. No, wonderful display of judo there, hooked in for that Osotogari. The timing was just perfect. As you can see here, there was no getting out. She hooked right round. The back of the knee was round her opponent's knee. As you can see, really deep in with that Osota foot right through. She didn't even plant the foot down for the Osota. It just swung right through like a pendulum. Brilliant.
Right, on mat number 1 now, Amy Livesey of Great Britain faces Leka Olsen of Denmark. Livesey in the white judogi, Olsen in blue.
Well, Olsen there, as you can see, with that, trying to put that left hand onto the right lapel there, trying to control Livesey. Catches above the head, coming in for like Koshiguruma. Tending to get the lift, and now finds herself in a little bit of sticky water there as Livesey comes across, and as you know, Livesey has got some nice niwaza. Very competent down in the ground. Olsen's still a junior by age. A few junior results under her belt. The latest being PAX, the Junior European Cup, back in 2017.
That's a hard one. That's a tough
one
competition.
Of the tough tournaments. That and the other one, the Paris French tournament for juniors. One of the hardest tournaments to participate. She picked up a bronze medal last year, and previous had been medalled in other European cadet tournaments in Cumbria. Gold medal there.
Yeah, there's a good camp there as well. After, I know a lot of the young athletes go to that. Who is it that is involved in that? Caterina Rodriguez.
Yes, she does a brilliant job.
Yeah. I like her. She's made a really nice, transition from a high quality player to an administrator for not just the Portuguese Judo Federation, but the European Judo Union.
Definitely, she does a wonderful job for the European Judo Union. And a real stickler for detail. Definitely.
But she always delivers pleasantly. You never feel as though
she's got that charm to back it up, which is always nice, and that's why she is so successful in her transition. Lovely Ochigari there from Livesey.
Trying to wrap up the top half of the body first, get that secured, and then work on the leg.
Livesey took a bronze medal in the Baku Grand-Prix and in Cancun as well, a silver medal. has a sister also competing, and both do extremely well. So just under a minute leaves the leads with Wazari. Olsen throwing that right hand over the top, hooks in. Leaves trying to catch her around the waist, breaking the balance, dropping her opponent down into the ground, and now looking for an opportunity in the niwaza. She's got the shimmy waza. I'm not sure if it's under the chin though. The referee having a good look there.
Just slid into position there, the
Yes.
referee, didn't he? He was going one way and then had to go back the other way. And those stick to the tatami socks helped him to get in a position to see that, the execution of that shimmy waza. Neatly done by Livesey.
Yeah, nice bit of groundwork. Well, she's very comfortable down in the ground. And that was always going to be a real danger there for Olsen. Gutsy little performance though from the Danish girl. I'm quite sure we'll see a lot more of her.
We're going to move quickly to mat number 2, if we can, because coming on to mat number 2, Tina Tursteniak, the current Olympic champion at under 63 kilos. She's up against Catherine Beauchemin-Pinard of Canada. It's Tursteniak in the white judogi, Beauchemin-Pinard in blue.
Well, Turkish Olympic champion. An amazing athlete and a lovely, lovely lady as well. And comes out setting a real standard here in this match.
It's
piling
not
on the pressure.
It's not the way you want to start your Saturday morning, is it? Against Tina Tursteniak.
No, definitely not. Well, if you're going to go out with anybody, you go out with the best, don't you? So that's the thing. She's going to have a challenge, but what a challenge to have. And I tell you, the Canadian's not doing too bad with her.
She's nothing if not brave, I tell you. Yeah.
She's given a good account of herself out there. She's matching up with the aggression out there, but caught under there. She's got to be careful with that drop, Sianagi.
Yeah, the drop is one thing, but you want some effort after it, and then you can stop worrying about whether you're going to be called for a force attack or not. Underneath and some kind of drive, you're safe. But to drop and not do anything, you're asking for trouble.
Well, Tina, as you can see there, come around the back, that Kosota. Finds herself on the receiving end of the niwaza. Canadian looking for an opportunity. Beauchemin-Pinard staying strong in the ground, trying to avoid any threat there in the niwaza. We know the Slovenians are very clever in the ground, and so she has to be very careful when she hits the deck. Well, it's a real aggressive match here, both given just as much to each other as far as their approach to this match, fighting quite hard there. And Tina is now into the niwaza again, once looking for the shimiwaza. Nothing to be had back down there, and the referee calling the mate. Canadian picking up the first Shido. Oh, a lovely Sianagi, almost had her there. Canadian doing so well to avoid that Sianagi. Good awareness as she went over. Minute and a half remaining in this contest. Terchinak now looking once more for the ground. Very difficult to see what's on offer down there, but referee in a very good position decides mate should be called. Well, both athletes looking very busy and have a real aggressive approach to this contest. Canadian matching grip for grip. But Terchinak just a little bit up on the attacks. Well, just under half a minute, and it's looking like this is going closer to the golden score. Only one Shido divides them. Canadian has put on a real battle here and has challenged the Slovenian. Coming in with the Cianagi, which is blocked by Terchinak. And now we come into the golden score.
I don't think they've fought before.
Well, she'll not forget her after this one, I can assure you. This has been an absolute battle between... Oh, and a lovely Uchimata attempt. Just didn't get the finish, but great attack in the opening seconds of the golden score.
Yeah, she hasn't fought either Benjamin Pinard or the other Canadian who we saw just a moment ago.
Well, Benjamin Pinard here is really giving her a good run for her money, I can assure you, and quite an aggressive approach to this match and good awareness. Just playing it just right, but still just trails with that one and only Shido that's on the board at the moment. And she picks up the second one for the drop Cianagi. And it's been taken off again, which is a right call. Well, our number one seeds yesterday didn't have such a good run-in. And this is another one that's had a good challenge in this first round for her. But the Niwaza is always her forte. She's very comfortable down in the ground. And there's the second Shido now.
Interesting to know, after that false attack, Terstaniak wanted to roll Benjamin Pinard into Niwaza, but he'd already called the mate. You know, what you want is the advantage with the roll.
Yes.
And in the event that there was nothing, mate,
and
then
give
the
it
Shido.
Yes.
Yeah.
Most probably prematurely sort of called the mate. Should have let it ride because... as we know, the Slovenians are very good in the ground, aren't they?
That's where she wanted to go.
She was in a very good position, wasn't she? Cianagi attempt there from Terchinak, who now works away again into the Niwaza. Now this is very slow to react there. Very surprised. Oh, coming up to a minute. 50 seconds now in the golden score. It's been a real battle between these ladies. Oh, and she gets hooked onto that Uchimata, the Uchimata, but the giver was Zari. Interesting to see that fall again. Yeah, I didn't think it was. Obviously on the wrong angle though for the referee. He was behind it, so didn't really get a clear look at the landing itself. And there's the final Shido being awarded though, and the win to Turciniak. Slovenia goes through to the next round. Well, Fortina, she got a good run for her money on that one. That was a great warm-up for her, but yeah, definitely not
on the front, yeah.
But the referee was on the opposite side, so didn't have that clear view of the land. But from this angle, we can see very clearly that it just wasn't turned enough.
Right, Sana Vermeer of the Netherlands faces Lana Polyakova of Russia. It's Vermeer in the white judogi, Polyakova in blue.
Well, this young lady, Vermeer, of the Netherlands, a real up-and-coming athlete for the Dutch team in the World Cadet Championships, gold medalist, and last year in The Hague picked up a bronze medal in the Grand Prix. So definitely a young lady to watch. Polyakova in the blue, representing Russia. Looking very strong as she draws her opponent down into the knee. Was now looking for the wrap as she continues to get that turnover in the ground. Well, both battling away with the sleeve grips, drawing their opponent's sleeves down. Oso Tagari, combination of the Kosot following through. Nice combination there from Vermeer. Scoring a Wazari. Lovely control. Well, they decided to take on, they've scored it upon, and rightly so. It was a lovely combination of attacks, and Vermeer goes through to the next round of the under 63 kilo category. And she'll be up against Turciniak of Slovenia a little bit later on. That'll be quite a tough call for this young lady, but definitely one to be watching. So now we have Lucy Renshaw from Great Britain as her first match now of the day. Isabelle Pouchet of Spain, who we've seen earlier on with Prevot. A real battle and a half in that first round, but moved through to the second round with a very convincing win. Lucy plagued last year with a few injuries, but has come back quite strong, picking up a silver medal in Abu Dhabi and Zagreb Grand Prix, a bronze medal, and was bronze medal in the Junior World Championships back in 2015. a real contender for Great Britain, place of the Olympic Games, and that's what our aims are. When you're coming across here now, Boucher drops to the ground, and Lucy Renshaw is one of these that's quite confident down in the Niwaza, so Isabel really has to be very careful down there. Well, Renshaw, as you can see, with that right hand on the lapel, drawing her opponent in. Boucher, the left hand inside, but comes round the back this time. Under a little bit of pressure, as you can see, the right hand over onto the belt. Renshaw coming through with the hips and trying to drive her opponent over. Didn't get the rotation, landing on her face off the mat area. And Boucher coming round the back, trying to get that lift, but Renshaw hooking in with the Ouchigari, which was very threatening on the edge of the mat there. Once again, Isabelle Boucher coming over the top. Lost a little bit of confidence as she entered in that attack. Now finds herself in the ground. And Renshaw trying to work for an opportunity down there. Once more, the deep arm comes over there from Renshaw. Right hand in deep, round the back. Boucher coming over the top, trying to block that right grip. Renshaw picking up 2 Shidos so far. One more would result in the hand Sokomaki. Needs to be careful there. Hooks in with the Ouchigari. A lovely score there. Scoring upon with 1 minute remaining in the contest, so a good finish for Renshaw. Takes her into the 3rd round. I think they'll just double check on that score, but from this angle it looked a good ippon. And yep, they all agree ippon scored, and Renshaw will go through. Here we have the highlights of that technique. She came round the back, very, very strong grip, hooking in with the Ouchigari, driving, but then switched the supporting leg to in front of her to get a better drive and a finish of ippon for that attack. Started and she came in for what looked to be the Ouchimata, opting for, or keeping her options open for a forward to a rear attack. Hooks in, found herself going backwards and swung the leg round, the left leg round in front to then secure the Ouchigari ippon. And now we have Bijawi in the blue representing Tunisia, Leski in white representing Slovenia. This is the round 2 of the under 63 kilos. The winner of this match will meet Renshaw in the quarterfinals. Lovely attack there. Leski almost found herself securing the Osakomi with the Tatishio Katami. Still working on that arm lock. But I think score of Ippon. It'll be interesting to see where that Ippon came from, because also within there was lurking that arm lock. Not sure whether the submission, but Bujawi looking a little bit bewildered there, and we'll just have a recap on what happened there. Well, it'll be interesting to see, but it doesn't look like we're going to get an opportunity. Well, now we have the under 73 kilo category. Where Kazakhstan we have in the white Smaglov, the number 1 seed, Asian champion, Tashkent Grand Prix, took the gold medal and a bronze medal in Grand Prix in Tbilisi last year. Puts him on the number 1 seed here in this competition. And we're up against the Russian, who beat Ham in the first round, Shmakov in the blue. So as you can see there, Smaglov with a very controlling sleeve grip. Shmakov putting in a good account of himself there. Aggressive a start, but picks up the first Shido in this round. Shmaglov very, very strong in the grips, controlling quite nicely the pace, making his opponent look quite passive there. Shmakov really under the pressure, puts in the drop Sianagis. Well, Shido now been awarded to Shmaglov and also to the Russian as well, so that's 2 now Shmakov has got. So 1 more would result in a hand Sokomag. So you've got to be very careful here. He's still got halfway to go, 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. As the battle still carries on here with 1 minute 48 seconds. Shmaglov not really getting his own way here. He's up against a real contender. He's putting on an absolute battle here to stay in this competition. Well, really, the strengths of the Kazakhstan is that he has incredible grips and control and composes himself very well. He doesn't look under any pressure whatsoever. He seems to be just taking this in his stride. Unlike the Russian, he looks like he's under pressure all the time. Every attack seems to be on the pressure all the time from the grips of Smagulov. The work rate has been phenomenal for the Russian. He's putting in much more than his opponent. Shmakov doing so much work, it's taken away what little work Smagulov is doing himself. He's looking for the Ashiwazi barre as he tries to get that little skip. Shmakov now trying to put the pressure on the edge there. Starting to come alive a little bit now with 17 seconds remaining. 3 Shidos on the board, 2 to the Russian. Well, Shmakov there takes the third and final Shido. Awarded the hand Sokimaki, and the win goes to Smagulov, and that takes him into the quarterfinals. You'll have the winner of the next one that's coming up very shortly now. Access representing France in the white, maybe one of the tallest athletes in this weight category. And El Mazati of Morocco in the blue. As you can see, what an advantage this Frenchman has with height. Once more, he tries to get that left hand over in the high collar. Totally dismissed by the Moroccan as he's now works his way in the Niwaza looking. But as that left hand was thrown over, it actually caught the ear of El Maziati. Comes in deep. El Maziati ducking underneath, trying to come around the back. Still controlling quite nicely, the Frenchman. Axis works away, trying to get that leg deep in. What's been the combination of the Ouchi and Uchimata that he favours and has done in the previous match. First Shido's now been awarded to blue.
Maziati almost got himself into a good position there for the Uranagi.
He's just got to be very careful as that arm gets thrown over from Axis. That he keeps ducking under. Now he's using it, but sometimes it's just avoidance, and he's got to be so careful. I know he's one of the tallest athletes in this weight category, I believe. Looking at him, is head and shoulders above his opponent.
See, so that last attack there, I'm okay with that, because we were talking about immediate attack. What is immediate? Well, immediate is right away.
Yeah.
Axis goes over there, and it isn't immediate, but you can see it's coming.
Yes.
For me, that's immediate. He's got that shape. He isn't setting it up.
No.
He's not there 1-2 seconds then attack. But it's 0.5 of a second. It's not immediate, but his body shape is, I'm attacking here. Yeah. So I'm okay with that.
he's executing the
Yeah.
first movement,
Yeah.
and that's it. And what you're getting is like which is typical, and it's important with judo that whatever grip you get and the attack, it's like being 2 steps in front of your opponent. You come in with the first grip, you get a reaction to get an action from your opponent, and off that action you then put in your attack. And it's so important to set that up. Some are able to do it so much quicker than others, and some just take it,
Yeah.
well, their opponents don't react, so if they're not going to react, why do it? So he comes in once more. He gets so deep and the hips in, but El Mezziati there tries to get the counter as his opponent comes through with the arm over the top and hooks in for the Uchimata. Doesn't get the rotation, finds himself in some real difficult position here now in the Niwaza. Axis trying to control the upper body, but those legs, it would have been impossible to try and get them out. And that's the disadvantage of being so tall. Axis one more with that left hand over the top. The hip comes in, he's showing a forward attack. We know that he has the Ouchigari, the combination. El Mezziati under a lot of pressure, doesn't know really which way. Does he go for the counter? Does he try and take his opponent back? But he's a big tall lad to try and get under and lift and rotate. It's a real challenge here for the Moroccan. 43 seconds remaining in the contest, only one Shiro on the board. El Mezziati picked that up in the first minute and has carried it all the way here to the final 30 seconds, which is looking more and more like this will go, unless he can get that score. And there was nicely controlled, good strong grip, hooked in. There was an Ouchigari, there was the counter there from El Mezziati, but it was a continuation there from Axis.
I don't think they like the speed of it.
I think it was slow,
Yeah.
but if you actually look at Axis's grip, that left hand controlled, he was then planting it in the correct position.
Mhm.
He knew what he was
Yeah,
doing.
and where he wanted him to go.
Yeah.
Maybe the landing as well, not quite down and.
Once more, Axis comes over, but this time ups from underneath. Just missed the high collar grip. Stumbles his opponent down onto his knees. He's becoming a little bit more predictable now, but El Mezziati really doesn't have much to offer. He doesn't know how to overcome that high collar, other than taking him back. But there's the Ouchigari again, and this time that is a throw, and a lovely one at that. And he'll be challenged in his next match for a place in the semi-final, and that will be up against Shmagalov, the number 1 seed, so good luck with that. That will be a real tester for the Frenchman.
Benjamin Axis is the fighter who makes his way into the next round. Coming up next here, Mohamed Mohammadi of Iran faces Naim Mat of Switzerland. It's Mohammadi in the white judogi, Mat in blue. This is round 2 of the under 73 kilo category, and I'll let you know the quarterfinal lineup when that's complete, but we've still got a couple of contests to come to sort out exactly who's going to be in the quarterfinal. That's a nice effort there from Mohammadi, and he catches Matt on the right side there with a big Haraigoshi. So that's the lead at the moment. Little over 2 minutes left to go. Mohammadi still with the Wazari lead. Nice effort there from Matt, going over on the left-hand side, just looking for a little bit of leg work. Referee doing a good job there, just to let things go. If Matt wants to work standing up and Mohammadi wants to stay on the ground, that's Mohammadi's business, but giving Matt the opportunity to stay standing up. And then when he decided to go to ground, that was good too. Kosotogake from Mohammadi, and that was huge, bringing his man down. Nice work from the Iranian. 2 good scores. And that puts him into the quarter-final. The third. The second of the quarter-finals. Now, the first quarter-final will feature Jansei Smagolov. We'll just have a look at the replay here. He's up against Benjamin Axus. Mohammadi is in the second of the quarterfinals. He'll face the winner of the upcoming contest between Mohamed Moyeldin of Egypt and Dmitro Kanivets of the Ukraine. That'll be in the second quarterfinal. The third quarterfinal is Niels Stump of Switzerland. He's up against Mirzohid Farmanov of Uzbekistan. And then the last of the quarterfinals is Yoshida Yue of Japan. He faces Akil Zhakova of Kosovo. Right, so at the moment we're watching Mohamed Moyeldin of Egypt and Dmitro Kanivets of Ukraine. It was Kanivets who attempted that right-sided Uchimata. And there's 3 minutes and 20 odd seconds left to go. Just a single Shido against Moyeldin at the moment. A minute 20 odd left to go. Well, a second penalty picked up by Moyeldin. He's not out of it yet, but those two Shidos are going to weigh heavy on him. Well, I have got to be careful here and see whether Canivets came up with it or whether Moyeldin... Well, I know they're going to look at that. That's bound to be one that they'll look at. We'll see how it goes. This should be interesting when they come up with the replay on that. Moyeldin has got the Wazari. They'll cancel that and then you'll see why. Well, you can't see from there. But if Moyeldin attempts a direct bear hug, then they cancel the score. A direct bear hug is Mate and a Shido, and it's a third Shido for Moyeldin. That's why there was a penalty. It was a direct attack with a bear hug. That's Mate and a Shido. He'd already had two Shidos, so that's why that happened. Sorry about that, Mohammed. Kim Polling of the Netherlands faces Alex Renaud-Roy of Canada. It's Polling in the white judogi, Renaud-Roy in blue. It's our first look at Kim Polling this morning. Round 2 in the under 70 kilo category.
Well, this is a very interesting match indeed with Polling Kim representing the Netherlands in white. Renaud-Roy of Canada. As we said before, the Canadians are producing some very strong athletes indeed. Some real contenders in this world circuit. It's always lovely to see. Kim, the number 1 seed, took the gold medal in the Grand Prix in Hague. Abu Dhabi, a silver medal, and in the Masters back in 2016 was a champion there. So definitely worthing a position of pole position in this competition. Had a bye in the first round. And finds herself in a really strong lead now with the Wazari. With 2.5 minutes remaining in the contest, Ronald Roy with 2 Shidos, but there the hook in Uchimata to the Ouchigari, changing direction just at that crucial point to scoring the Ippon. So Pauline goes into the next round, which is quarterfinals of the under 70 kilos.
Yeah, I won't give the rundown of the 70 kilo category yet because we haven't got the completed quarterfinal lineup. I did that with the under 73 kilo category because that one was already done and dusted. Anyway, Polling is the first into the first of the quarterfinals. There's a little bit of a way to go in there. I think we're going to stay. Where are we? Are we down on where are we? Mat 1 or 2? I can't remember now.
We're on mat number 2.
Okay, beg your pardon. Right, in that case, Ivor Coughlin of Australia faces.
No, is that the sister of? Is it?
Ewan or
Ewan.
Yeah, I'll go and ask. Nurkan Yilmaz of Turkey. Coughlin in the white judogi, Yilmaz in blue, and I'll see who sits in the chair and I'll ask them. I don't think I'm going to waste my time. It's got to be
Coughlin. Yeah,
same age, roughly the same kind of weight, same time that they're fighting in the national team.
Twins?
I don't know. I wouldn't go and, for example, I wouldn't go over. If I didn't know better, I wouldn't go and ask if the Livesies were related.
Yes.
You know,
well, Livesies is a very unusual
it's
name.
slightly unusual.
But if it was Smith or Jones, then you know that there's quite a few
it could
of them,
be,
isn't there?
It could be.
So it might be just a very common name, but Coughlin sounds a bit more of an Irish name.
Yeah.
An Irish background, especially the
spelling
of the first names as well.
Well, Ivor, I know that's a queen in Ireland. Meath and Ivor, they were Irish queens. So yeah.
Well, Coughlin there in white, and Yilmaz representing Turkey in the blue. Yilmaz, Sutemi Waza, working away, trying to draw her opponent back into the knee. Waza just trying to get something down there, but aggressive start within this contest. Coughlin picking up the first Shido. Really needs to settle into this match now. Been on the receiving end so far and taken second best on the attacks. Yilmaz, strong grip. Chin seems to be right over the shoulder, drawing her opponent's head down. As she now works away once more. Really scrappy entry into the Niwaza. The transition could have been better there.
Well, they're not twins.
That's one thing. We've ticked that box.
Sure, yeah.
It's when you said they were the same age. I just thought, I wonder. Exactly the same age?
Yeah, they're not twins, but I reckon this. Well, you can look up in the stands and see if he's well, he could be looking on if he's just the teammate.
Yes, that's it.
You know, so that's
cousin or something like this as well.
There's no guide. I think they're brother and sister.
Well,
a couple of years apart.
Yeah, Yilmaz there looking for a Sutemi It was awful, that attack, as she came down and left herself very vulnerable down in the Niwaza. It's both of these athletes need to tidy up a little bit on their attacks. They just seem to be throwing everything and anything in at this moment. everything's going into the mix, and nothing's really coming out positive at the moment. So we've got one Shido on the board. Coughlin just trails with that. With just under a minute and a half remaining.
And they're on both mats.
Oh, how unusual.
Look,
huh?
you've got both the Coughlins on at the same time.
Oh, so you have.
He's just thrown Sammy Chuchi for Ippon.
Well, Inspector Sheldon will be doing his rounds to find out exactly the background of the Coughlin athletes of Australia. But here, Coughlin is just struggling a little bit. Nearly caught herself up there in the arm lock. Did well to escape from it. Very little between these two. Coughlin always, when she attacks, seems to put herself in the hot seat as far as the groundwork's concerned, but there's the arm lock on, and I don't know how well it's been executed. She doesn't look to be in any trouble there, just in an awkward position. With half a minute remaining in the contest. Well, a flurry of the Ashiwazas there. Sutemi Waza, Sumigeshi attempt from Yilmaz. Coughlin with two Shidos, and now we're going to golden score. Well, there has been a real battle between both of these young ladies. Yilmaz seems to have a little bit of the upper hand as far as the attacks are concerned. They seem to be slightly stronger. The Sutemi Wazas are getting a little bit tighter. Nice Sianagi attempt there. The opening seconds of the golden score. Caught Yilmaz off guard. Well, here we have a real 1-for-1 at this moment, but I think Coughlin looks like she could be in some very hot water now. With two Shidos on the board, it could be that she'll pick up the third and final one very quickly. Really needs to start engaging more in this contest, taking a bit more direction.
Is his sister, and he's got a younger one as well, all involved in judo, judo family.
Oh, some real battles in their house, I would imagine. Well, Yilmaz now getting that upper hand there, that left hand over the top, drawing her opponent down. Coughlin just starting to look very tired out there now. Once more finding herself in the Niwaza and on the receiving end. Yilmaz, a little bit of a shake of the head there. Seemed to know what she can do. She's putting a lot of work in there and starting to look a little bit more frustrated. Well, to stay in this contest, Coughlin has to come out with the opening attack. She really needs to start putting a few now in. Oh yes, lovely attack, but she didn't have the control in the upper body. Lost a fantastic opportunity there. How disappointing she'll be in with that one. That was her chance. It was like putting it in, but not believing that she was capable of doing it. One of the best attacks so far in this contest. Well, hopefully it's given her a bit more confidence and shows the Achilles heel of Yilmaz, and that's the Ashiwazas. Up until now, she's been just turning her hips and just using those feet and tapping away on the side. And there's another Uchimata, again a good attack. Well, Kaufman has started to wake up a little bit. It's taken her a long time, but she's starting to come back into this contest. As you see, here we have the Ashiwaza. Just didn't have the confidence with it, didn't even see it there. She put it in as if to say, I've got to do an attack, but she didn't realise how clever that was.
If she kept hold of the left hand, that would have been it.
Oh, that's all she needed. Yeah. Oh, Sutemi was nicely executed, and that's it all over and done with. Yilmaz goes through to the next round.
Well, there's a big battle going on mat number 1. Let's jump down there quickly to have a look at this. That's the Yoko Sutemi-waza from Yilmaz. Let's go to mat number 1 quickly and see what's happening with Ivan Vorobev and Kohara Kenya. We're already a minute into golden score. They've both scored once. Vorobev picks up a second penalty, and that's where we are at the moment.
Well, this has been a battle. Minute and a half in golden score, Shido apiece, but Vorobev there with the 2 Shidos against him, one more which would result in the Hon Sakamaki.
Yeah, he's got to be clever now, hasn't he?
Kohara, very strong athlete. Baku last year picked up a bronze medal. Tominagi attempt there for Kohara. Piling on the pressure. Vorobev now has to come back with another attack. As he throws that arm over the top. Oh, an aggressive approach to that, but never followed up with anything. Needs to put the leg through. He's hanging on to that high collar, stayed there and just very negative. Well, he's asked him to tidy him up, and I think doesn't look very promising from here, but 6.5 minutes these young athletes have been battling away. And there you have it, the third and final Shido, and Vorobev looking devastated with that. Can't wait to get off the mat. Blow off some of that frustration as he goes through to the back of house.
Yeah, I don't want to be around there.
Oh no, definitely not.
He's steaming.
Oh, definitely. Well, he
Right,
had an opportunity through that arm, and he showed how powerful he really was, but then did nothing.
He didn't do anything with it.
Did nothing with it.
On mat number 1 now, the first of the quarterfinals in the under 63 kilo category. Magdalena Kasakova of Austria faces Nouchi Aimi of Japan. It's Kasakova in the white judogi, Nouchi in blue. Nouchi picked up a Shido there, but beautiful Ashi was a
nice. It was like between the Kochi and the Ashibara. It was a bit of both there. She keeping her options open, nicely attacked. Got the bounce. Japanese are very clever with their feet. There you get the sticky foot again, the Kochi. The feet are like another set of hands. She just hooks around. And she's just playing with her at the moment.
I think she may have finished playing with her.
I don't know. Well, yeah, they've made the decision. It's a Ippon. Or Wazari is set Ippon. Well, that was very quickly done.
Yeah. She catches the second leg as well first, and as she's tumbling, she gets the left leg. There's the knock on the first and little,
Yeah, she stepped over it and then caught the second one. It was...
If you get a look at the foot, if they show it once more, it's almost like using it like a hand.
It is. It's like another set of...
That was the first score.
The arch of the foot goes nicely tucked in on the heel, and she just keeps it there. The nice control, balance, core strength it takes to do that. Wonderful display of judo there.
Actually, that was the last one. Amy Livesey of Great Britain faces Katharina Hecker of Australia. Livesey in the white judogi, Hecker in blue.
Well, Hecker, as you can see, with the left hand on the lapel. First one to engage in the grip. Strong controlling on that side there. Is he trying to throw that right hand over and drawing the shoulder down and turning into it, but just doesn't seem powerful enough there against Hecker. Hecker on top now, trying to work in and rotate her opponent in the Niwaza. Still not out of trouble there. As Livesey tightens up in the ground, trying to defend. Well, Livesey's head was a bit down there, and well, Hecker picks up a Wazari there. Well, with 2.5 minutes to go, there's one Wazari on the board. Hecker takes the lead. So for Livesey, it's an opportunity to really step it up a gear now. and bring the fight to Haka as she hooks in with the Ouchigari Nuchimata combination. And Haka picks up the first Shido. Back out the back way to avoid the attack of Livesey. Small Livesey takes second best on the grips. Haka gets that left hand on the lapel. Livesey now throws that arm over the back, but it's always on the second exchange. Really needs to be in there first. She throws the arm over the top, leaving herself a little bit vulnerable on the supporting leg. Stumbles. Haka driving in with the Ouchi, following down into the Niwaza, looking for a Sangaku turnover there. She tries to tie those legs up. Well, Livesey really now has to start bringing the match to her. It has to be played by her rules. Catches the lapel, throws the arm, draws the head down. This is, well, just doesn't manage to maintain that grip and control. Haka looking for the Niwaza. It's not very often you see Livesey on the receiving end in the ground. She's normally very competent down there, but Katharina Haka looking very strong indeed. Well, with just under a minute remaining, 40 seconds. Livesey to stay in this has to really start stepping it up and opening up, giving herself much more of an opportunity, putting the pressure on her opponent. Is she gutsy enough to go for the Ouchigari? Oh, she's opting for the Makakomi. Wasted opportunity there. Haka looked a little bit more vulnerable to the rear.
Just tell you quickly that Syed Molay of Iran has suffered the same fate as every number one yesterday. Either they didn't win the tournament or they got knocked out, and he's just been knocked out on this one.
Oh gosh. Well, that is an upset, isn't it?
It is.
He was one of my top favourites.
Yeah. I mean, if you're just saving yourself any further embarrassment there, having to do the trousers up, they're just about to disappear around her ankles.
Well, that's a win for Katharina Haka, who'll go through to the semi-final of the 63s, and Livesey will see a little bit later on in the repechage, where she'll battle away for a bronze medal. And here we have it. She came in for a half-heart attack, left that shoulder behind and got countered. A very silly error on Livesey's half. Ducked under, head down, under pressure, hooked across for the Osotogari, and Haka was just waiting there for her.
Right, on mat number one now, Niels Stump of Switzerland faces Mirzohid Farmanov of Uzbekistan. It's Stump in the white judogi, Farmanov in blue.
both Stomp and Farmanov picking up a Shido apiece. Just under 3 minutes remaining in the contest. Uzbek coming round the back there, as you can see, with the left hand, trying to draw that shoulder in, slightly short on his pen. Oh, and what a ippon. Hey, I just love that. With those little legs. Gives me hope. Well, he ducked under, he was out of sight, under the radar. Came round with a Kosota and got the knee right under and got that lift. Farmanov, Uzbekistan, goes through to the next round, and here we have that highlight. Comes round, hooked in for the Ouchigari. Oh, right around the back. Wonderful.
Yeah, he manages to get the far leg, doesn't he?
He stretches, even with those little legs, stretches right over the back, sweeps the supporting leg, and over he goes. No rescuing that.
On mat number 1 now, quarterfinal in the under 73 kilo category. Yoshida Yuhei of Japan faces Akil Zhakova of Kosovo. It's Yoshida in the white judogi, Zhakova in blue.
There's a real battle, the Kimikata here, and Zhakova throwing that right hand high up into the collar, drawing Yoshida's head down, swiftly dismissed there as he puts the head up, changing the grip, and now trying to hop through. Oh!
Ooh. Zhakova.
Zhakova, the Sasai Sukuragameashi there, but I think it was an over. Whoa, they're giving it. I thought he overspun it, but Zhakova is getting off that mat very quickly. Well, here we have it. Oh, yeah, he landed on the tip of that elbow, didn't he?
Have a look at his head. Look at Yuhei's head, right? Yoshida's head. Yoshida knows where he's going, right? He's he's already beginning to arch his back,
Yes.
and he's going to use his head to try and keep his back off the mat. This is part of the reason why they give this score.
Because so they don't get the bridge
Yeah, exactly.
and the neck injuries.
He knows he's gone, right?
Yeah.
And
The
he's
head
already
hits first,
he's already looking to turn, you know.
and arch it. So
He says, right,
yeah,
you're off, pal.
very nice.
Asma Niang of Morocco is on the mat now. She faces Roxanne Taymans of Belgium. It's Niang in the white judogi, Taymans in blue.
Will Nang, the number 2 seed in this competition. The World Championships, a 5th place last year. African number 1 champion for 2 years on the road, 2016 and 17. Looking very, very strong out there as she draws her opponent's head down. She's got that right hand high on the collar. Taymans looking a little bit concerned out there. A little bit flustered. Taymans has the slight height advantage. but it's not paying off at the moment. So I think it's changing a t-shirt of something.
Yeah.
So leaving Taymans on the tatami just to compose herself and think of the next move and prepare. Well, while we...
Yeah, she's on her way back
Nang,
now.
Nang's
so,
back.
yeah.
We were just about to switch over there, but Nang is back with us. After a quick change. And we're off again. Just under 3 minutes remaining in this quarterfinal match. Nang putting the pressure on Taymans of the corner of the mat. Well, Taymans there throwing that right hand over the top. The first time she looks like she's a real contender here. And putting a little bit of pressure on Nang, the number 2 seed in this competition. Battle of the grips, both opting for the same high collar grip. Nang having more. Kosota attempt, but there Taymans turning that into a counter attack with Uchimata. Again, throwing the arm over. This time Taymans looking quite strong there. She's that right hand on the collar. She comes in with those long legs. The slight height advantage is now starting to pay off slightly. She is in a better position. She's got 1 Shido to her opponent Nang that's got 2. There's still halfway to go in this contest. Taymans just needs to keep her head up and avoid that right high collar grip. She brings it back down. Uchimata attempt, hooking in with the Ouchigari Uchimata combination. Nang falling down onto her back. An attempt of a Sutemi wasn't a very good attempt. Looking pretty scrappy out there at this moment. Needs to tidy up the attacks. Nang's just tidying up, and there you have it. The number 1, number 2 seed goes out of the quarterfinals, but we'll see her a little bit later battling away for a bronze medal. But Taymans goes through to the semi-final of the under 70 kilos.
That's a great position for her to be in.
That's really a really good result.
Right, we're going to stay here and see the quarterfinal in the under 70 kilo category between Michaela Polleres of Austria. She faces Hilda Jager of the Netherlands. It's Polleres in the white judogi, Jager in blue. Biggest upset of the day so far for me is Vedat Albayrak of Turkey knocking out Saeed Molahi of Iran, the number one seed in the 81 kilo category. Yeah, he's out.
Really surprised with that one.
Gone, pal.
Jager there with the arm over the top, looking very strong up until that point. That hip in. The Austrian dismissing it. Jager, as you can see there, with the right arm nicely placed on the collar, the elbow tucked in, trapping her opponent's left arm as she hooks in with the Ouchigari, those long legs. She's got a slight height advantage over Polleres. Taking her time a little bit, anticipating the right moment to attack. Seems to be requiring a lot of instruction from her coach. Ouchigari then, lovely stumble to the ground there. Polleres following through into the Niwaza. Scoring Wazari. And Wazari Aseti upon for the hold down. So Polleres swiftly goes through to the semi-final.
Winner of F1 in white for Austria, Michaela Polleres. She will be in the semi-final for women under 70 kg.
And she'll face Roxanne Taymans of Belgium.
That'll be quite an interesting match, that will be.
Right, coming up next, the quarter-final in the under 81 kilo category. Eduardo Santos of Brazil to face Stanislav Semenov of Russia. It's Santos in the white judogi, Semenov in blue.
Semenov there trying to maintain a strong grip there with the right hand on the lapel. Inside, block in using the chin to block down onto his opponent's right sleeve. Santos coming in for the Osotogari. Find himself a little bit frustrated there, as you can see that Semenov there holding onto that right sleeve, controlling it quite nicely. He's lost the grip now, so there you have Santos throwing that right hand over the top. Well, Santos and Semenov both picking up a Shiro apiece. Neither one of them showing much to impress the referee. Semenov taking the first grip, crosses first, then throws the right hand high up onto the collar to then retain his opponent's right sleeve. And chin over there as he works on the outside sweep. Well, Santos picking up the second Judo now with still 1 minute and 39 seconds remaining in this contest. The right hand comes over deep from Santos. He hooks in with the Ojigari, drives off that back leg. It's running out of space and didn't really have a real deep hook in with the Ojigari. Semenov there, first on the grip, holding two sides of the jacket, comes in, the Sianagi attempt through, nice attack, Skorna Wazari now puts him in a comfortable lead with just a minute remaining in this contest. Now Santos under a lot of pressure, he's now in the Niwaza, clock's ticking away quite comfortably there. Now Santos has really got to start stepping it up into the next gear. He's really left himself short on time. 50 seconds remaining in this contest. Semenov in a good position now as he throws that right hand over. Got his head caught up and Santos hooking in with the Ojigari. Osotogari switching it through the Siotoshi. Beautiful attack there, finishing with the Wazari Aseti upon. Semenov goes through to the next round, the semi-final of the men's 81 kilos. Sinagi as he comes through, nicely executed. Santos made that mistake of stepping across for the Osotogari, leaving himself very wide and open. Semenov holding on two sides, the same side of the jacket, slips the elbow through the Siotoshi. Now we come to the final quarterfinal of the under 81 kilos, and this is with Coughlin, Australia, and Kohara of Japan in the blue. Coughlin in white, Kohara blue. Uchimata attempted, oh, wonderfully executed. The Uchimata was there, textbook style, and over Coughlin goes. So within the first 30 seconds of the contest, Kohara finds himself in the semi-final of the 81 kilos where he'll be up against Semenov representing Russia. There you have it, the Uchimata bounces it and follows through with it. Beautifully done. All in 29 seconds. Lovely.
Yeah, let's go down to mat number 2. The reason for that is that Kosakova and Livia are involved in a repechage contest, but we've got a quarter-final on mat number 2 with the Olympic champion Tina Tersteniak. She's up against Sanne Vermeer of the Netherlands. It's Tersteniak who leads by Wazari, and we've got just under a minute left to go in this one.
Well, Tersignac, number 1 seed, she's still going strong. Can she make it to that final? We've had a few disappointments of our number 1 seeds going out. And Tersignac had a bit of a battle with the Canadian. Benjamin Pinard, that we saw in the first match. Vermeera. Great performance against the Russian. Polakova, we saw in her first match. This young lady, great potential from the Dutch team. But a battle too strong for her today, as Tersignac goes through to the semi-finals of the 63 kilos.
Well, we can hang around here for a little bit longer because there's another quarter-final coming up.
Yes.
This time it features Lucy Rentschel of Great Britain. She's up against Andrea Leszki of Slovenia. It'll be Rentschel in the white judogi, Leszki in blue. We've just got to keep an eye on to see what's happening down on mat number 1 because Naochi Aimi will face Katarina Hecker in the first of the semi-finals in the under 63 kilo category shortly. So we keep an eye on that one and see what happens there because we want to see the higher rated contests if we can.
Ones that are going through to the final.
Yeah, that way we can't be accused of being overly favourite towards one competitor or one nation, as I'm having to deal with at the moment. My mate Richard is berating me for having selected one contest over another, and I'm just in the process of explaining the way that the criteria works for us and how we select the contests. I'd like to sit here and watch all of the GB fighters myself, but that's not the way it works, pal. Sorry.
No. Well, Rentschel just picked up a first Shido there against Leszki. The first 30 seconds, not a great start, especially when you've got just over 3 minutes remaining. But she does put herself under a bit of pressure. Had done in her previous match, and where she was down 2 Shidos, but pulled it out, scoring a pawn at the latter stage of the contest, and maybe loves the thrill of being on the chase, as we say. The hips are through now, and she's pulling on that steep. Very powerful young lady. Leszki did so well to brace the Cianagi. Leszki inside grip, drops down with the Cianagi. Rentschel stepping across, but really desperately trying to calm down the situation here. Still finding herself a little bit vulnerable there with no hands on her opponent, and Leszki really giving her a real battle here. Leszki quite easily dismisses the lapel grip that Rentschel had. Rentschel throwing that right hand over the back, and that's what she favors most of the time. Very powerful when she does connect with it. It's one of low Chigari and the Ogoshi that comes from that. But at the moment, Leszki is doing very well to just keep her at bay, keeping those hips from coming through. Chigari hooking in, Kochi, almost getting the Kochi gak. And now trying to follow through into the Niwaza.
Renshaw once more with the right hand, goes deep over the top, bypasses the head. No mate situation as Leski dangerously turned her back on her opponent. Renshaw once more hooking in with that leg. Leski taking the sleeves as she does the Sodi attempt. Braced well by Renshaw. Well, it's been a very interesting match, a Shido apiece for both these athletes. Renshaw picking up her second Shido. We've seen this in the previous match. She throws that arm over the top, hooks in with the Ojigari. Once more, again, persevering with that attack as Leski tries to counter it. Now Leski hooking in with the Uchimata, stumbling her opponent and doesn't look for the Niwazo, wants to get back up onto her feet with just half a minute remaining. Renshaw once more hops that leg through. Sumigeshi attempt there from Leski. We're into the, coming up very shortly to the golden score.
Just to say that Amy Livesey has won her contest against Magdalena Kosakova on mat 1. That's in the repechage of the under 63 kilo category. Loretta.
Thank you. So we're into the golden score. Leski, a couple of strong attacks. She's got the better of the grips here at this moment, but falls to her knees, and Renshaw looking for an opportunity down there in the ground, but a little bit too slow on her approach. Really needs to react much quicker than that. Referee obviously not buying into it at all. Once more, Renshaw throws that arm over the top. Doesn't connect with the grip. A lot of effort wasted there. With very little return.
Well, they had put the score on the wrong side there. They put the score. I just looked out the corner of my eye about the Amy Livesey, and they put the score on her side. We hadn't been watching that contest. We were watching this. It looked as though she'd won, but it was Kosakova who won that. So that's out. We're going to stay here because they're in golden score. The likelihood is that this is not going to, continue for much longer, and then we'll move down to watch a semi-final between Nouchi Aimi and Katarina Heka. That's just starting on mat number 1, but we give Renshaw and Leski the benefit of the doubt. We've already been here for 5 minutes odd,
yeah.
And we keep our fingers crossed that one or other of them is going to finish them off, and then we'll go down to watch the semi-final on mat number 1.
Well, Leski once more hooks in, hips through, showing the Uchimata combination, and Renshaw defending a little bit too much now, and she's so close to picking up that third and final Shido. She really needs to now start putting a few attacks in herself. She needs to be first to the punch every time. Uchimata favours the same style of techniques as Leski. Both athletes starting to look a little bit tired. Both athletes asked to tidy up a little bit. Leski's body language showing that she's extremely tired. It took her a little bit longer to stand up straight and to engage in the golden score, continue. Renshaw once more hooks in, hips are through. Tries to get deeper on that belt. Oh, yes! What an attack there. For some reason, it looked like it was a mate, and I think this is what happened. Renshaw heard the mate because it looked like she'd paused, and on the pause, Leski came in for the attack. So, nice try, Leski. Oh, Chigara Uchimata combination. Lovely
almost
transition.
On the arm. Just missed the arm. Yeah.
Now she's got that opportunity. She's got to finish it there. She's looking up. I don't know what she's looking up for, because she really needs to concentrate on that arm and what she's trying to accomplish there. She's got a great opportunity to try and turn this around now. Needs to keep working. She's good in the Niwaza. She's capable of doing that, but she needs to get that leg out as well. But most important, the priority is to tie up the top half of the body. Well, almost 3 minutes into this golden score, 7 minutes of battling away these two young ladies have been in a quarter-final for a place in the semi-final of this 63 kilo category. Renshaw once more.
Both fighters have picked up 2 penalties. Any error now, and that will be the end of it.
And she'll throws the arm across, hooks in, or attempts to hook in, waiting there, hovering around as the counter from the Slovenian. Leski just waiting, maybe playing a waiting game for far too long. She has to be very careful, because Renshaw putting in the attacks makes her more positive than her opponent. Now Leski has to put the first attack in again, but Renshaw is there, pepping her to the post each time. As she throws the arm over, the hip comes in, she tries to attempt the hook, the kochi. Referee calling mate once more. Leski fails to hear the referee's instruction. I'm not quite sure. Maybe they see that Renshaw's put maybe 1 or 2 first attacks and Leski's just been waiting for the counters. But now they've decided that close to the edge, they're going to call the mate and bring them back into the centre to continue. Well, continue they will do, and they battle away here. Both looking a little bit scrappy now and falling about and hooking in once more. Again, engaging first is Renshaw.
Yeah, and that will score. Yeah, it will score, remember? If you use the mat in
as
order as a Keishi Waza,
yes, so this should be Renshaw.
So it should be Renshaw's score here.
Because the landing was there from the first initial attack from Renshaw.
Yeah.
But to save it, Leski tried to put the counter in. And like you say, using the mat.
Yeah. See, once that rule is set, then working it out becomes fairly simple, doesn't it?
Yes, it's very clear, isn't it? The more you see it, the more you realise and understand the reasoning behind that penalty and the reasoning behind the scoring.
Because there was a point at which Leski had decided, I'm going to employ Sutemi Waza. Okay, go ahead. She then employs the Sutemi Waza and completes the Sutemi Waza. But she needs the mat in order to complete it. Unless she has the benefit of the mat, she can't complete it. How did you get
there
to
in
the
the
mat?
first place? Because you were getting thrown.
Because you were getting thrown.
The Uchimata. First into the attack, first on the lift, rotation, the throw, she landed, then she tried to rescue it.
Exactly.
Full stop.
Well
That's
explained.
it.
Well explained.
And try to claim it.
And then try to claim it, yeah. Right, Jansei Smagulov of Kazakhstan faces Benjamin Axus of France. It's Smagulov in the white judogi, Axus in blue. Smagulov came in this morning as the number 1 seed, didn't he?
Yes, and he's still the number 1 seed up
Still in
until
there.
now. Yes, so we've got 2. We've got the 63s as well. Teshkinyak.
Yep.
She's
he's
still in
there.
in the semi-finals, and now we've got Smagulov.
Kim Polling as well,
Is
still
she
hanging around.
So she is.
Yeah.
Yes. I apologise, Kim.
That's all right. Sure, she'll understand.
She'll forgive me.
Yeah. As long as she wins. If not, she's going to say you jinxed her.
Exactly. Well, Axis, he must be the tallest man in this weight category. He must be the tallest man here today in this
Yeah.
all the weight categories. Huge. Well, the danger for Smagulov is that left hand that comes over the top. It's now round the back, controlling the gi of Smagulov. Doesn't take much for him to engage with those long legs. He doesn't need to move in too close. Needs to take that sleeve. I think he's got it, but he loses the jacket, which means he's also losing the control. Smagulov picking up the first Shido. Along with giving the first Shido, you would have thought he would get him to tidy up the gi, considering that Axis engagement had that grip, and the first exchange of it, the gi came off, which is a disadvantage for the Frenchman. Hooking in with the Ouchimata, but this time he's fallen to his knees, loses a little bit of control and power generated off that attack. And Axis there, as you can see, that's left hand high up onto the collar, but once more the gi just falls apart, and making it very difficult for Axis to continue with that control and that strong grip. And once again, the allowed without tidying them up. Axis really piling on the pressure here of Smagulov, struggling to get past the size of this Frenchman. That left hand once again over the top as he hooks across, this time stretching even further into the... Oh, the Marotti Sianagi. Oh, and he drives straight. Yes! Oh! Marotti Sianagi was there and he took his time, and Ippon. He's not letting up though until he makes sure. Well, that was a lovely finish there, and it looked like it was just going all horribly wrong for him there.
We're going to hang on to have a look at the replay of that because it was so exciting. And then once we've had the replay, what we'll do is we'll go down to mat number 1 there. You've got a nice finish.
Oh,
yeah.
Lovely finish.
And then what we can do is go down to mat number 1 to have a look at the semi-final in the under 73 kilo category, because between Mirzokhid Farmanov of Uzbekistan, he's up against Akil Zhakova of Kosovo. It'll be Farmanov in the white judogi, Zhakova in blue. There's no score yet. We join the contest with a little over 3 minutes left to go. There you go.
Farmanov, as you can see there, with the first grip on that sleeve, controlling Jakanov left sleeve, pulling it in towards him, chasing it up, looking for the Ashiwazas. Sutemi Waza there. And Jakova, you can just feel that there's sort of the tension in the grip there. Drawing his opponent's head, using his Ashiwazas, trying to break the balance. Does quite nicely, but finds himself on the receiving end in the Niwaza. Farmanov there with the left hand into the lapel. Now he comes round the back, but Jakova, 2 hands very close to the top end of the lapel, drawing his opponent's head down, comes in for the Uchimata into a Makakomi, still persevering there with that. Farmanov trying to brace on the attack and counter it. Farmanov throwing that left hand very deep over the top. Slightly shorter than his opponent, can't just get deep enough on the throw. Shido been awarded now. Jakova, so 1 apiece with just under a minute remaining in the contest. Jakova coming over with that right hand round the back, trapping his opponent's left arm. Comes to the belt, lifts up with the knees. Beautifully. Did it again.
What a day he's having.
Absolute blinder.
And Zhakova now on the brink of a double, with the sister having won yesterday. When last did you see that happen?
I know, that'd be very interesting, wouldn't it? Both of them taking gold. Wonder if that has ever happened.
I'm trying to think about it. I mean, you would need 2 absolutely top draw, you know, a top draw brother and sister combination, and it just doesn't leap out at me and say, oh yeah, that happened, that happened, that happened. Well, that would be a thing. Anyway, Zhakova
There's something to watch.
in line for it. Repechage contest down on mat number 1. Let's see if we can go up to mat number 2. Maybe our chief can take us up to have a look at the quarterfinal. On mat number 2 in the under 73 kilo category, Mohammad Mohammadi of Iran faces Dmitro Kanivets of Ukraine. It's Mohammadi in the white judogi, Kanivets in blue. That contest is already underway, and Mohammadi leads by Wazari with a little less than a minute to go. Canivets has picked up 2 penalties, Mohammadi just the 1.
Well, Mohammadi there, as you've seen with the Ouchigari. Right hand high up onto the collar. Mohammadi there, as you can see, hasn't tied up the upper part of his opponent's body. The referee calling mate. Crucial part of trying to secure a hold is to make sure they have control on the upper body, regardless if the leg is hooked up or not. Kanovitz opting to grip up very high over his opponent, overreaching into the space of Mohammadi.
Mohammadi remains in it then. Takes his place in the semi-final. He'll face Jansei Smagolov
That'll be a
of
very
Kazakhstan, the number 1 seed. Go ahead.
That'll be an interesting match. Smagolov is starting to warm up now. It's taken him a wee while, but he's warming up to being that what we would expect the number 1 seed to be coming out and competing like.
Up next, the number 1 seed in the 70 kilo category. Kim Polling of the Netherlands faces Nurcan Yilmaz of Turkey. It's Polling in the white judogi, Yilmaz in blue. Oh, that didn't take long.
Oh, she's definitely been firing, hasn't she?
What they decided to
What?
do there
Oh,
was
Wazari.
Zari instead of the Ipam. Okay. Yeah. So that's the lead for Polling at the moment.
Well, Yilmaz really had a battle in the previous match against Colin of Australia. It was right to the wire that match went, and it probably took quite a bit out of her because it was in golden score as well. But Polling has been on top form today. Previous match, a very convincing win against Ronald Roy of Canada. Didn't have many problems there. It's Yilmaz putting a bit more extra pressure there, and as she works her way down in the Niwaza.
I think what we're going to do is to stick with the number 1 seed, Kim Polling, although there is the semi-final, on the adjoining mat.
Yes.
Kim Polling already with Wazari
No
on the board.
disrespect though for Yilmaz. The way that Polling's been competing, I can't see this going for too long. As you can see there, she's tied up the head quite nicely, and then she's working that leg out, and it's starting to work. The referee keeping that going. But Yilmaz is quite strong. She's a little powerhouse, isn't she? So it's not going to be an easy thing, but...
Gave her plenty of time.
Yeah. Oh, lovely Ippon Sianagi there, scoring a Wazari Aseti Ippon, and then Pauline goes through to the semi-final of the under 70 kilos. And we could maybe swiftly go across
Yeah, okay,
to the
let's
semi-finals of mat number 1.
let's go to mat number 1 then and have a look at the semi-final between Roxanne Taymans of Belgium and Michaela Pollachers of Austria. Taymans has just scored Wazari. She leads with a little under 3 minutes left to go. It's Taymans in the white judogi, Pollachers in blue.
Well, we're into the 3rd minute now. Tayman leading with the Wazari. Tayman defeating the number 2 seed, Nang, in the quarterfinals. A great result for this young lady, and she'll be very confident in her approach in this semi-final. Pollachers, as you can see, with the hand inside. Tayman blocking the power of that left hand as she hooks the elbow over Pollachers' left arm, trying to trap it as she drops underneath, persevering there, driving herself right over to try and get the hold down. Still persevering with that. Nonetheless, a good attack from Taymans. Still maintaining that Wazari lead with a minute, just under a minute and a half remaining in the contest. Pollachers deep left hand over the back. Taymans defending there, so picks up the first Shido for being negative.
Abe,
on a, yes,
the brother and
brother
sister.
and sister.
Yeah, could be. Abe Uta and Abe Hihumi.
All right, so
And you've got
not
Abe.
history in the making, possibly.
Abe
then.
at 66 as the world number 1. And then, yeah, I'll go for Abe.
Pollachers there working on the edge, piling a bit of pressure on Taymans. She skips on the edge of that, playing a very dangerous game there. Attempting an Uchimata, falling on her face. Didn't give herself too much room for manoeuvre, but 2 Shidos on the board. She's got 10 seconds to survive out there. Cannot afford to make any silly errors. Pollachers piling on the pressure. And the skin of her teeth stays in with that Wazari, and 2 Shidos to her name.
Roxanne Taymans.
So Taymans goes through to the final.
So we can go back down to mat number 2 now, because there's another quarter-final taking place down there. Gemma Howell of Great Britain faces Nizoi Saki of Japan. It's Howell in the white judogi, Nizoi in blue.
Hal, with just over half a minute remaining in this contest, is trailing with a Wazari. Nizoe. Blocking quite nicely Hal's attempt there of a Sutemi Waza. One thing we know about Hal is that she's got some grit, and she really has a lot of fight in her if she can get the opportunity, but being down in the Niwaza at this particular moment when you're a Wazari down is not the ideal position, and Nizoe is working the clock very nicely down there. How desperate attempt there as she tries to cross grip and come round the back for the last effort. So Nizoe goes through to the semi-final of the under-70s from Pool B, where she'll be up against Polling of the Netherlands very shortly.
Right, we've got a quarter-final in the under 81 kilo category coming up now. Vedat Albayrak of Turkey faces Abdelaziz Ben Ammar of Tunisia. It's Albayrak in the white judogi, Ben Ammar in blue.
The number one winner in one for Brazil, Eduardo Santos. He qualifies for bronze medal contest for men under 81 kilo. The last semi-final of the Tatami one is semi-final for men under 81 kilogram. In one judogi representing Russia, Stanislav Simeonov.
Right, sorry to jump you around here, but we're going to go down to mat number 1 because Stanislav Semenov of Russia is up against Kohara Kenya of Japan. It's Semenov in the white judogi, Kohara in blue, a semi-final in the under 81 kilo category. If you want to continue watching Vedat Albayrak of Turkey and Abdelaziz Ben Ammar of Tunisia, that's on mat number 2. Just click on that and you'll get that, but we're going to pay close attention to this semi-final. There's no scorers yet, and we're half a minute into it. Well, I think they initially gave Ippon, but Wazari is the score. They may have a little bit of a look and decide on something else. Judge for yourself here. Yeah, definitely not Ippon. Good call. In fact, you know, over-rotated and only managed to bring him down on his side. So, I'm quite lucky to come up with that score anyway. So, Wazari on the board for Semenov, but he wasn't flat on his back at all. That was the indication that was being signalled by the Russian coach, Grigory Suleiman, but sorry, Grigory, it wasn't the case.
بيسات رقبتي ربعني ست ذكور أقل من 81 كيلوغرام بالبدلة البيضاء من كرواتيا دروزيتا دومينيك بالبدلة الزرقاء من اليابان
Kohara picks up a penalty. Smagolov and Mohammadi will bring up the rear for that last contest. That's the under 73 kilo category semi-final. Before that, we got Benjamin Axus and Dimitri Kanivet, Tina Tursteniak, Lucy Renshaw, Sana Famir, Andrea Leshki, and down on mat number 2 you got Dominic Drizetta up against Yamamoto Yuji. That's happening now on mat number 2. This is the last of the contests on mat number 1. Uchimata from Kohara failed. Zero there. Kohara 3 penalties. A rather amateurish ending.
Bit of a disappointment,
Yeah.
that, really.
Yeah.
One of my top favourites as well for that weight category.
We're down now on mat number 1 watching Dominic Drizetta of Croatia. He's up against Yamamoto Yuji of Japan. Yamamoto has picked up 2 penalties. It's been an untidy day for the Japanese with penalties. There is no score as yet, and we've got a minute and a half left to go. That's a nice Ojigari, low and driving. Catches Drizetta and he goes down onto his side and then on his back and gives up Wazari.
Well, Drizetta there came round the back. Yamamoto was waiting for that initiation of the attack and tried to counter him, but nice Sutemiwaza there from Drizetta. No score, but now working his way in the Niwaza, trying to get the turnover, but the Shimiwaza is across the face there. Doesn't seem to be threatening, but the Osakomi looks to be there.
Yeah, go on.
It's not, it's calling them.
That something must have happened before for him to say, stand up, because this is Osaikomi. So something must have happened before and the mate came before he secured that.
Well, he's got a Wazari.
But something must have happened in order for that Osai coming not to be caught. And there's no movement from commission or anything.
A mate or something, because it looked like Giuseppe was doing a shimiwaza. Maybe when he turned him over to the face of the referee, the shimiwaza was across the face and he called the mate.
Could be, yeah.
And
could be.
when he released it, he put the hold
then
down
he put
on.
the Osai Komi on, yeah. Well, yeah.
Possibly. A bit confusing there. That
But
was.
whatever it is, it's as Loretta's just explained, there must have been some action before the Osai Komi that meant that the referee couldn't call Osai Komi. He'd already called a mate.
There was a nice attempt there of an Ouchigaru from Yamamoto. Didn't get the score, but nevertheless, nice attack. 6 seconds in to the end of this contest, we're going to the golden score. Oh, lovely attempt of the Kosota. Just lost the upper body control. Yamamoto just dismissed the attack. Right, we're into the golden score. This has turned out to be quite an interesting match indeed. Like you said earlier on, the Japanese haven't had it all their own way today. Yesterday they were outstanding, their performances. I thought really excelled themselves. Today it seems to be they've had a little bit of a struggle.
Smagolov and Mohammadi won't be the last contest. That will be Polling, I think, and
Kosota
Zoe.
there. Oh,
Yeah.
lovely attack. And oh no, it
No
landed
then.
him on his bottom.
Okay.
So didn't get the drive off that attack and seal it with the score. Very close though. Yamamoto once more got his head caught up there, and Giuseppe drawing it down. Doesn't seem to have much to follow through though with it. But picks up a Shido for obviously being very negative. All he was attempting is to more or less stop any action from his opponent by drawing that head down, because it didn't follow up with an attack. And that's important. It's not so much the grip, it's actually using the grip to then enhance the next stage.
I'm out of a job here. Beautifully explained. Absolutely. Absolutely, Loretta. The grip is available to you. Take a strong grip, dominate the grip and use it. It's not a full stop.
No.
And use it. It's all one thing. You can take any grip you want as long as you use it.
That's correct, yeah.
The only thing that is completely banned is the grip inside the sleeve. That remains.
And again, it's all down to
Shido,
safety.
yeah.
It's all down to safety. You get your hand caught up and a reaction, you could break a wrist or fingers. So it is all about safety as well as what's fair to the athletes.
Well, it doesn't matter if he gives Wazari for it, because it's going to be Wazari Awazeti Pon. But was there an element missing from that for you, for Ippon?
No, I thought that was Ippon. I thought he couldn't have got many flatter on his back if he tried.
There was force, control, and flat on his back. That's what you want to look for.
That's it. Now.
Maybe just that little bit of control as he was falling away, but the man's flat on his back.
The man was flat on his back.
Yeah, it's fast enough.
He still maintained the control, and he even did a Yukemi there near enough.
Yeah.
Even though it was the back of the hand.
See what I mean about the left hand? Yamamoto's left hand. Look at Yamamoto's left hand. He hasn't got a grip at all.
No.
When he goes down, look, there actually was a yes, but look, it's almost as though he's going to fall. So there was that thought there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's got he's
He
falling with
actually-
the elbow. He's losing contact with the left hand.
He
but
threw
the-
with the head.
But he threw with the head, the top half of the body, and the footwork was absolutely perfect. That brought him down, and the man falls flat on his back. So, yep, that is definitely a score. There's no doubt about the score. And maybe the referee just says, well, I don't think you had as much control. as would warrant
Yes.
an ippon, so I'm going to give you Wazari. Doesn't matter. Ends the contest, and it was Wazari Awazeti
Yes.
ippon. I think that's a good call in the end. I thought, come on, that must be ippon. And when you look at it, you think, there's an element missing here. What do you think?
Do you know what? I'm on the fence with that one, because I just think he instigated the attack. He came in, regardless he didn't have the hands, he still used a part of his body to maintain that level of landing on the mat with his back flat, and his back was flat.
Back was
Regardless if
absolutely
it was
flat.
a head or
Mhm.
regardless if it was a hand, he instigated that full move and finished it
But
to where he landed. But like you're saying, I understand with the hands, but
that single
hands,
thing about
head.
control, it doesn't mean he doesn't get a score. Is we give ippon when all the elements are met.
yes.
We give Wazari when one of the elements is missing, and we don't give any score when two or more, fail to be there, because you need the three. And it was just as he begins to lose control with the hand, and the elbow's going down to sort of save himself.
He uses the head.
He uses his head to finish him off.
It'd be interesting to ask that question to the refereeing commission,
Yeah.
because I'd like
Well,
to
we-
know that, because I really am on the fence with that. I hear what you're saying.
No, good
I'm
one.
still not convinced. I just think an ippon, they're on their back. He started off well with the execution of the technique. Yes, he lost his way halfway through it, but then he rescued it in another way. It wasn't textbook, definitely not, but the final result, was he flat on his back? Yes, he was.
Absolutely.
So that's where the grey area comes in. So we'll have a debate on that a little bit later, I think, because I need to have clarification on that one.
Tina Trsteniak of Slovenia faces Lucy Renshaw of Great Britain. This is the second semi-final in the under 63 kilo category. Trsteniak in the white judogi, Renshaw in blue. There's no score yet, and we've had 45 seconds. Nouchi Aimi of Japan has already won her semi-final against Katharina Hecker of Australia, so she awaits the winner of this one, Trsteniak or Renshaw.
Well, as we've seen, Renshaw has had a real battle up to this semi-final, one after the other, and Trsteniak there coming in with the Osota. Gary Renshaw looking for an opportunity in the Niwaza, and Renshaw is very clever in her groundwork, but she's up against someone who's just as handy in the Niwaza as herself, and has to be very cautious down there. Renshaw throwing that arm over, and as she throws the arm, the leg comes in as well. Trsteniak taking that at sleeve, taking it across with a Sodi. Didn't get the height or the hips through far enough though, and was anticipated well by Renshaw. Must be a trouser thing. Renshaw constantly is doing up her trousers every match. Need to put an elastic waistline around it, I think,
Mind you,
just to keep it up.
Livesey too. At the end, do you remember
Really?
we were talking about it, saying she was
So it
just about
is.
to lose her
Yeah,
pants?
need to sort that out. Need to show them how to tie a correct bow on their trousers. That'll be the next thing I'll do when I go back to Warsaw. Say, right, you girls.
Tidy up.
Tidy up. Do you know how to tie your trousers? I know you know how to throw, but get it right. Gets into the belt. Oh, nice attack there from Teshignac, who comes in again once more, flips her opponent over, looking for an opportunity. Renshaw, as you can see, hanging on for dear life there. She's got that leg. There's no chance. Opponent's going to get through there. Well, one thing we do know about Renshaw, she knows how to handle a battle and a half when she's out there. She's had some tough matches.
Well, that would have been funny.
Yes, definitely.
Single Shido against Lucy Renshaw. Half a minute left to go. The lovely thing about this is that single Shido, and even a second Shido, isn't going to end it. She's still in it. You know, there's a chance here.
Well, 25 seconds, 2 Shidos. Well, we've seen Renshaw in this position before, and she's come back. No doubt about it. Doesn't seem to phase her. 2 Shidos down. It seems like it's part of the process that she has to go through. Get a couple of Shidos to fire her right up there and get on with the game.
And keep your opponents on the mat as long as you can. Either it's something that you need because you need to work out, you know, how to get past their tactics and whatever, or you just feel that you've got the kind of stamina that can wear someone down and you've still got something in the tank, and after they've gone there 4 minutes you can overtake them. I don't know.
Well, she seems to have some stamina. She's had to do this through all her matches. Battled away, come back fighting every time. Finished off very nicely in that quarter-final. Yay.
Not quite.
Well, I think regardless the outcome of this match, I'm quite sure Renshaw will be delighted in her performance here against the Olympic champion. Doesn't seem to have... Oh, she's got the foot, but looks a bit messy there. Once more, she hooks in, tries to fire that arm over the top, the right hand. Teshignac keeping that sleeve, and that's what's stopping Renshaw. She comes in with a drop Sianak. Oh, so close. Renshaw does so well to get off that. I thought it was all over and done with there. She looks to work the shimmy waza, but I think it's on the chin.
And they have given.
They've given it. I thought she got away with that.
Yeah,
to be
so
honest.
did I.
I thought she was able to brace it enough, but sadly not for Renshaw. But a good effort there was made in that match.
What do we call that? A soft Wazari, wasn't it?
A very
soft
soft
score.
one. Yes. Teshignac goes through now to the final of the under 63s. The number 1 seed makes it there. Can she finish it there?
Saeed Mollai is the only number 1 seed who has gone out. Smagolov is still in, Polling is still in, and Tersteniak is still in. And we're going to see Smagolov up next. We're going to see Polling 2 fights after that. Tersteniak has already made it into the final. Benjamin Axos of France faces Dimitro Kanivets of Ukraine. It's Axos in the white judogi, Kanivets in blue. Repechage contest in the under 73 kilo category.
Axis, you can see, the tallest man in the competition today. Well, he's definitely got the longest legs, there's no doubt about it. It's caused a few upsets along the way here. Just defeated by the number 1 seed Smaglov, and even Smaglov had some close moments with Axis. Kanovitz here is working away now and quite nicely in the Niwas, are trying to look for that opportunity. Has a Shido. Was a nice attack there from Kanovitz, and he seems to have got his number now. He's the first person I've seen in this tournament that's taken a lot more control in the contest against Axis. Axis looking for the turnover there, a little bit slow in his approach. Axis hooking in against with that Ouchi Uchimata combination that he has on the left. Frenchman coming round, trying to come over deep there now. Kanovitz around the waist, heads down a little bit too. Oh, yes! A little bit of an overthrow there.
Well, what they're going to look at is how much of the back touches, because it's a roll, he rolls off it, but how much of the back touches, and does he go across?
Yeah.
If you start from left and goes to right, all of the back will have touched. If only part of the back touches, then they'll give Wazari.
Yeah,
That's what they've had a look there. And what they've decided that there was insufficient enough of the back landing for them to give the Ippon. So there's nothing on that side. It's only on the far side.
Yeah, so it was a Wazari, a good call there.
So Wazari nicely turned up. Yeah. And if you look at it, he's on the other side. It's the two contest judges who get to see it.
Yeah, he didn't actually get to see the landing correctly.
Almost counted him. He's dangerous, Kanovitz. He's a good little fighter.
Kanovitz is a good little fighter. He's actually done very well today. And it was someone that I did look, but just kept him under the radar there. But I did look at him as being a contender here today. But his form hasn't been that good last year. That was the only thing that put me off of thinking how he was going to compete this year.
He stays in control of this one, though, doesn't he? All the way down.
All the time. He's the first person that has had a real look in. Now, what will be interesting here is to see whether Kanovitz attacks
Axis. Axis then reacts and throws Kanovitz, landing on top, and scores. So let's see if there's an attack from blue.
Yeah, Kosota there, and he comes round. He still bridges. He's still trying an Ouchigari.
He's trying to take him down. Right. So Kanovitz is attempting to throw. Axis now counters that. Now, what we said was that the counters won't count if you use the tatami for the landing. Axis doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
And that's why he gets the score.
Plus there was a pause and a change of direction completely with that, which showing, look, the hand pulling out on the back, the direction showing that it's definitely his control of the attack.
Absolutely. So for me, there's no question.
No,
in
definitely
this
no question
as
with
to where this is going to go and why it goes
See, that's
there.
kind of it's all the way
Yeah.
there. Change again. He's switched. He's swung that leg round. Look
And
at the
now
arm.
he's throwing. Yeah.
He's throwing.
Yeah.
He's directing that route.
So Axus continues.
Axis, yes, the man is on form.
Semi-final in the under 73 kilo category. Jansei Smagolov of Kazakhstan faces Mohamed Mohammadi of Iran. It's Smagolov in the white judogi, Mohammadi in blue.
Well, Mohammadi was one of the ones that I had picked at the beginning of the day. I still favour him.
Go on.
I do. I still favour him. I still favour him, even though Smagolov is starting to get. Let's go back.
Yeah, no, I know. I know. Oops.
In fact, did I actually put it down? I'll tell you.
And they're going to have a look at this one as well. I don't think he's got enough control here. He does put his hands down, but I don't think that would. Oh, and they did give Wazari for it. You put your hands down and you're in trouble. To save yourself from falling. That's what happened there.
Yeah.
Mohammad, he put his hands down the back to save himself from falling. It was very, very quick that they gave a score. Ojigari!
Oh,
That is really, what a comeback there. That's Wazari.
wonderful.
Yeah. See, there's landing down on the side and then on his back. What a comeback. Right away, no hanging around. Bang, bang. This is going to be a right ding-dong battle. And we've had ding and now we've had dong.
Brilliant.
So here we go. Single Shido against Smagolov. That's the only difference on the scoreboard. 2.5 minutes left to go. Yeah, he just gets an arm down and he turns away. Then he pulls
That was
in
a lovely
onto
comeback.
his back, yeah. Now they're looking at another
Yes,
action.
I am right. That was one of my top favourites.
Well done.
So
I
got that.
absolutely believed you.
No, you didn't. You're telling fibs now.
So, Wazari Awazeti Pun. A second score from Smagolov puts him into the final.
And the winner in white for Kazakhstan.
No.
He's not happy, is he? He's not a
He's
happy
not a
camper.
happy bunny, is he?
No.
Oh,
Mm,
Well,
I can,
no,
I can
wasn't
see
it?
why.
I'm not surprised. No, that was
See, there's going to be a point
He-
where they freeze that.
he went
Yeah,
over and then back.
and then back. It's when you do the slow motion and the freeze
was
frame.
Aria Setiapon, yes.
Yeah, Wazari Awazeti Pon. So at this
Yes,
point, when they
definitely
freeze there,
Wazari, yeah.
then Wazari.
You
know?
see the right leg
Yeah.
swung
The
back,
back,
and
yeah.
then came forward again.
Yeah.
So, yes, he was more rolling towards the back than he was going to the front. He just had natural reactions. He
Yeah.
reacted well, but not well enough.
Not well enough.
So,
Smagolov into the final
so
then. And Mohammadi, he's down into the bronze medal contest.
now we have the repechage of the under 70 kilos, representing Turkey in the white, Yilmaz. And she's up against Howell of Great Britain in blue. Yilmaz white, Howell in blue. And this is the repechage of the 70 kilos. So we have 2.5 minutes. Very little happening at this moment. of both what I would say is gutsy fighters in this weight category, real battlers, and have battled their way through to this repechage. Yilmaz, quite a powerhouse. First time I ever seen Gemma looking outpowered. She works away on top there, looking for an opportunity now. This is where Howell comes into her own. She's got some nice Niwaza moves. Very positive reaction there into the Osakomi, and nicely executed. Well, it'll be very unlikely for Yilmaz to be able to get out of that hold. Desperately tries though, but Howell secured it nicely. That takes her into the bronze medal final a little bit later on.
Winner in blue for Great Britain, Gemma Howell.
We'll have a few highlights from this one, and then we'll be back with the semi-final in the under 70 kilo category. It'll be Kim Polling of the Netherlands to face Nizoe Saki of Japan. Polling in the white judogi, Nizoe in blue.
A lovely drop Sianagi attempt there from Pauline. Oh, well rescued. It didn't look like she was going to succeed in the drop. Rescued it very nicely and secures the Osakomi. Nizoe just went over like a wee baby, didn't she? Just didn't see the dangers coming. Well,
yeah, Polling strong enough, even though it was a Kuzuri Yoko Shiogatami and the arm went underneath. That was what was causing her the problem. Yes, nice.
She took the hand that was blocking the actual Sianagi movement and then used it against her. Whoa, nice little bit of judo there.
So we've got 2 more contests left to bring you. Kim Polling now makes her way into the final. She'll face Roxanne Taymans of Belgium. But coming up next, the repechage contest in the under 81 kilo category. Abdelaziz Benamar of Tunisia faces Dominic Drzeta of Croatia. It's Benamar in the white judogi, Drzeta in blue. This crowd will go crazy if Benamar wins this one.
It'll just make their day, won't it, really? Well, a real battle of grips going on here, and
Well, he's Wazari down, but he's not out of it yet.
And Rosetta there is leading for Croatia with the Wazari. 2 minutes halfway through this contest now. As he attempts another Sutemi, was a lovely execution of that. Oh, well controlled, using both feet as he took his opponent over. Benamara just thought it was all over and done. He thought he'd blocked it, but not a chance. No score for it. Oh, right. Well, was that be from the hold down or?
Yeah, that was from the Osaikomi. Whatever reason, didn't score.
Unless they class it as there was a pause in it, because there was. They actually he attempted the Sutemi waza and he stopped it. He blocked it. So there was the block on his knees.
Oh yeah, that's dead. Yeah, that's dead.
Oh, right into Tatishi Ogatami.
Winner in blue for Croatia,
Right, one more contest to bring you before we take a break. It'll be Vedat Albayrak of Turkey to face Yamamoto Yuji of Japan. It'll be Albayrak in the white judogi, Yamamoto in blue.
in white for Turkey, Vedat Albayrak. In blue for Japan, Yamamoto Yuji.
Well, Albayrak is in a good position, having knocked out the #1 seed.
Well, he'll be very confident, won't he, coming into this contest?
That was the toughest contest of the day for him. Saeed Molay, one of the stronger fighters in the weight category. Obviously, if he'd come in here as the #1 seed, and then he defeated Abdelaziz Ben Ammar of Tunisia in the quarter-final. Put him into this semi-final. Yamamoto, for his part, Dominic Drzeta in the quarter-final, the Croatian fighter.
Well, Shido's now just going to be awarded to both athletes under the 3 minutes. Let's see who will react first and been given the referee's warning. Albayrak trying to throw that arm over the top. Yamamoto looking a bit apprehensive there. He's backpedaling a little bit. The chase is actually coming from Albayrak. Seems to be more busier and wanting to engage in this match. As he throws once more, attempting over the top, under the arm. He's really trying to go for it, where Yamamoto is just defending. He hasn't actually advanced at all, whether it would be the grip or with the actual body itself. So I think he'll pick up another Shido here. And there you have it.
Yeah, just that overly defensive posture.
He just wasn't reacting at all. At least Albayrak was reacting. He was trying to grip up. He was trying to secure something. He was advancing. Once more, the arm comes over the top. He's got that sleeve. Yamamoto is really struggling because he's got his sleeve and he's pulling it down. He's finding that very frustrating, and he can't seem to do too much with it. And if he continues like that, now I'm very surprised Yamamoto that is. Yeah, well, I think this will be a Shido for both, I think, because
I think that would be the best thing, because what it is, you should send a signal to Al Bayrek. Yep, take the strong grip. You've got the strong grip.
yeah.
But this little foot taps and
That's
everything.
not fooling
that's
anybody,
nothing.
and there he
Yeah.
does it. Yeah, and that's right. I think that
That's
was
absolutely right. Yeah. So both got penalised. You're not doing anything, and you're not doing anything because you were waiting for
Yes.
him to get penalised for the grip. You know, and that's the way that one worked out.
Well, Al Bayrek goes into the final. Now, that'll be interesting, huh? For Turkey.
What was I can't remember what it was that they were telling me about Al Bayrek. Anyway, because we finished with the under 81 kilo category, what I'm going to do is to run through the medal contests with you. Loretta's going to fill you in on who she thinks will take medals. And we'll start with the under 81 kilo category. The two bronze medals, Drazeta of Croatia, Kuhara of Japan, and it's Santos of Brazil and Yamamoto of Japan. So the two Japanese dropping down into the bronze medal contests, and the final is between Veldet Al Bayrek of Turkey. He's going to be up against Stanislav Semenov of Russia.
Well, I pick Semenov from Russia to win the 81 kilos, and I think the Japanese will come through for the both bronze medals. That's my prediction based on performances today.
Okay.
I know that last match there
That's
we
all
just
right,
seen with
yeah,
Yamamoto wasn't the prettiest. It was a real tactical fight there, and Yamamoto played right into it and didn't really know what to do. But I think after that disappointment, we'll see a change in him for the fight for the bronze. I think so.
Okay, let's take a look at the bronze medal contest in the under 63 kilos. It'll be Sanne Vermeer of the Netherlands to face Katarina Hecker of Australia, and Magdalena Kasakova of Austria to face Lucy Rentschel of Great Britain. The final is Tina Tursteniak of Slovenia. She's up against Noichi Aimi of Japan.
And Szczecinek, definitely. I think she's been on form. She's going to win it today. I think Rentschel, again, I think she's impressed me quite considerably, not just because she's British, but I think she's just had a great performance and she's had some real battles along there. So I think Rentschel will pick up one of the bronze medals, and Hacker from Australia.
Right, okay, the under 70 kilo category. Gemma Howell of Great Britain will face Michaela Poloches of Austria. It'll be Hilda Jäger of the Netherlands to face Nizoi Saki of Japan, and in the final it's Kim Polling of the Netherlands to face Roxanne Taymans of Belgium.
Well, I'm going to go with Howell for one of the bronze medals, Jäger for the Netherlands, the other bronze medal, and Polling from the Netherlands to win it. That's based on performance.
Okay, and in the under 73 kilo category, it'll be Benjamin Axus of France to face Mirzahid Farmanov of Uzbekistan. The second of the bronze medal contest is Yoshida Yue of Japan to face Mohamed Mohammedi of Iran, and the final is Jansei Smagolov of Kazakhstan. He'll face Akil Jakova of Kosovo.
I'm going for Jakova. I really am. I've got a gut feeling about Jakova. I think he'll do it, and I think Axus, for me, has impressed me. One of the tallest in the weight category, as I keep saying, Famarov.
Okay.
The other bronze.
Right, it's 20-3 here in Tunis. We'll be back at 4 o'clock, so you've got an hour and 20 minutes to do whatever it is that you want to do in that hour and 20 minutes. We're going to go and have something to eat, but we'll be back in an hour and 20 minutes at 4 o'clock with all the medal matches from day 2 of competition at the Tunis Grand Prix. But from Loretta Kusakdol and myself, it's bye-bye for now.
See you later.